Hello everyone and welcome back. We are back with some more Power World as usual today. Joined by Arya and hopefully Devil in a little bit. He woke up a bit late so he's still getting things sorted, so he'll be joining us shortly, I hope. But yeah, I've not done a huge amount off stream, mostly just continuing to pop on every now and then just to make sure all pals are fed. I've finished incubating all the eggs that I had. I've been doing lots of expeditions, so I should have plenty of the stuff from them. I've done about 3 or 4 today because I hopped on the server a bunch earlier just to sort things out. Yeah, so we have like a decent number of the things. I've also just been making these with the run cherry meat. Let's make sure these don't spoil. I just constantly just reset the timers because I don't want them spoiling. In terms of my pals, I literally only put this one in my party earlier today because I forgot I needed to level up a powerful just fire type rather than my Jumptide Ignis. So I've currently got all of my pals to at least level 50 in terms of the ones I'm using mainly for my party. This guy here, I got him from one of the eggs and he's in my party because while in team, the pals in the team gain more experience points. So I've been using him just in the party to level up others. He's level up decently quickly. But yeah, so I'm leveling up these guys and this is the rest of my like general like party group. But yeah, the Plasma is apparently one of the best just fire pals, so I've got him. I obviously haven't got him condensed at all of my others I've got condensed, well, except that one I think. Oh yeah, Chillet's got 2, all the rest have at least 1, so they're all like level 2 at least. So there's lots of plans for today. I've literally got a long list. One of them is getting more plasmids and rubies, because ruby has the pal skill of 1 team increased attack power of fire pals, which I think is probably pretty good. I think that's, yeah, it's like something like, I'm not sure exactly how much it is, but I want to basically level up and condense more down so that that skill gets better and improves more, ideally. Yeah, and the same with the plasma. I want to upgrade him. I mean, ideally I'd have one that's better because he's got conceited, which isn't the best. We might get one better as we're like going around. This is just the best one I had that was actually a high enough level that was worth using. There's 2 ways to get him. If I open the map, there's the boss one here, level 49, which we'll try because that one wouldn't be super difficult to level up higher. There is also apparently some that spawn on the number 3 wildlife sanctuary, so we're also gonna check over there and see if we can find a bunch. And then rubies, they spawn around here, so I'm just gonna run around this area a bunch to get some. And also I'm gonna just generally check what other ones I might need. And where I can obtain them and basically grab a bunch. I have not done anything to this base over here that's going to be a farm base. So another plan is to set that up. I also want to go around and like do a bunch of these sort of boss battles that we've kind of ignored, and obviously the pals, catch them. Ideally we work together and get Jet Dragon because he's level 60, so it might be a bit tougher. Anything like level 55 or below, I'll just do on my own, probably. Anything like higher, I'll probably see if I can get the others to help, like the Frostallion and stuff like that. Yeah, then also heading back over here at some point to get more of like the materials for making the slide. I did go and grab some of the chromite from like this cave here. But now I need more of the other one, which we can just find on the beach, so I also need to head over and grab some more of that. And then basically just preparing for the syndicate tower over here. explore more of Faybreak, maybe even some of the other areas that I haven't fully explored, like the central volcano bit and the rest of this desert and some more of this island. Like most areas I've explored. We may even try and go to the other oil rig over here. Yeah, no, so that one I think. Somewhere about there. So that might be a good idea. Yeah, that's the general ideas for today. I'll probably start with just like going and getting the plasmats and the rubies and things whilst everyone's getting ready and everything. I might switch up what I've got in my party a bit just in case there's some wrong things because maybe we'll see. But yeah, I will undeafen in Discord and say hello. Hello.
Did you know?
Hey. How are you doing?
I'm good.
I'm doing good.
Mm-hmm. How have you been?
You may have noticed that I popped into your base at one point to craft some food, so it might have still been crafting.
No, I haven't noticed at all yet.
Yeah, I popped on earlier just to go and check every single one of the bases, and in Devil's base and in the oil base, they were all starving. So I sorted that out. I popped over to your base because I figured they wouldn't be starving, but they had run out of made food. They were just eating the raw ingredients, so I just crafted a bunch more.
They made it already though, so it's good.
Yeah. I figured it would probably be done fast. I set a few thousand crafting for it.
Yeah. Oh, there's a little stuff here. Wait, no one did this. Huh? Did you set up palladium fragments by chance?
At your base?
Yeah.
Nope. All I touch is the food. I don't touch anything else.
Well, this one is 0 out of 4,999, which means it hasn't been doing anything for the whole time? That's weird.
To be fair, I've had that happen before if they're too busy doing too many other things.
Yeah, but I think I have someone that's what else can they do? Transport? That's why. I think they were just transporting everything. There we go. Back to work. God, I have too many ores again.
Yeah.
Need to turn it all into money, I guess. This one. God. Yeah, there's so much ore in my base. Oh my god. That's full of wood, somehow. Yeah, when you don't play for a while, everything does just happen.
Yeah, it's why I try and pop on fairly regularly to make sure things are all sorted.
Yeah. Probably should be doing that. I've just been too lazy and doing other things.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, though. It's fine.
Yeah, I just don't want any of the pals to suddenly start starving, so that's why I try and pop on regularly.
I mean, technically, you can let them starve, and then when we get on, you just give them medicine. so they're no
Yeah,
longer
it's
pain.
just pain, like a
Questionable,
pain
but
and time consuming to go and make sure they've all had food and get them to eat the medicine, and then also they're
yeah.
not getting
But I
any
think they
resources the entire time that they're starving.
don't they get the medicine anyway? Or they just go for it immediately?
Yeah, they do, but if it runs out, then it's kind of
I
annoying.
see.
Also, thank you so much for subscribing, Xanative. I've realised that I do not have a powerful water pal as
Oh.
part of my various ones that I've been using.
How so?
Like, I have 14 different pals that I have as like my ones that I can switch in and out for my party, and I don't have a water one.
Oh.
I've got quite a few fire types, or mixed fire types, and some ice and normal types.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently no water, so I'm gonna need to find a powerful water type. So I want to go fight some fire pals. Yeah. Who do I have?
Powerful water pals. Do I have any?
Yeah. I mean, we've been so focused on doing the ones for the bosses and everything that I haven't really focused on anything else. And I know I had one at one point that I was using, and I don't know where he's gone. Might have been this guy. He's sickly though, so I don't want him.
Asterope is 3. Oh, German Tide.
Yeah, German type, but I don't have a
water.
good German tide.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not necessarily about like their work level. I'm talking about combat.
Oh, the birds in the new area are also
Yeah, Phalaris Aqua.
pretty good, I feel.
I mean, if I compare...
I do not know what is good though.
I mean, this guy is 666 on attack. And this guy's a higher level and is even lower. So yeah, the German Tide is better. Just don't have that good a one. I could have sworn I had some really good ones at one point.
Yeah.
Maybe they're too low level. That might be the case. They might be in my other storage.
Yeah, like even another story.
The big storage.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was just looking in the regular power box because I only have ones that are above like level 40 in there, I think.
Yeah, I think I don't have any pals in the big box right now.
I have pages and pages full.
Because I just fused them all as much as I could.
Yeah, I just decided to keep them
as well.
in case I wanted to use them for like
Yeah.
like work people.
Mm-hmm.
So I just was like, I only fused the ones that I wanted good ones of, and left the rest.
Mm-hmm.
Or any of the ones that I get
did
from
all
eggs
of
just
them.
immediately go in there.
Yeah, I just did all of them because it's just easier. I guess.
Mm.
So, and then enter here. And then we print
Oh,
more
no, I don't even have
money.
any spare Jormuntides in here.
Oh.
I guess I'll have to go and get one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could just use one of the slightly worse ones I've got, or I could use a Pinklet. I've got some powerful ones of those.
Nice.
But then also just nowhere near as good.
Yeah. Did you do anything else off stream?
Other than basically just going around and making sure things were fed and just crafting and hatching eggs and expeditions, not really.
Okay.
It's like the basic pop on for like 5 minutes to sort all of those out, then disappear.
Because we wanted to make a base in the new place, right?
Yeah, I also needed to do the farm base that I put the base down for in the Sakurajima area, but never actually did anything. That's on my to-do list.
Yeah. Oh, I hear shiny pal. I want to go catch it, but I'm overloaded. What's one of those? There you go. Yeah, got that one. Easy. Let's see if this pal I just caught is any good. Back here. Not really. Thatch. No. Could be worse. How is this going? Expedition is halfway. Let's print even more money. Also going to do that. Let's see. Oh yeah, I just built the advanced medical workbench.
Oh, nice.
And we can now make, let's see, memory wiping medicine. Reset to, there's status points.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that includes the tech
status.
points. Yeah.
You know, this is what we do best, and it's just, we'll look it up. Our world, what's it called? Memory wiping medicine. Okay, the wiki is not useful, of course. Why would it be?
I mean, the other thing to do is just try it.
Status points. But it does reset your catching power if you use it. So you do not want to use it because it's bugged.
Oh, really? Is that
apparently
maybe an old thing? That's not the case anymore?
It's,
because I know catching power has had various different bugs. Like, you literally lowered your catching power by upgrading it at one point.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't know. Memory reset drug bug. What a name. This was February 6th last year.
So yeah, there's a good chance that's out of date.
But they... But I think it's not your... other points. It's just how world can you reset your tech points?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Devil.
I have a hot chocolate.
Yeah.
I took myself time to make it, and yeah, I'm still waking up. I'm still sleepy,
Mm-hmm.
and part of my head hurts a little, but other than that, I'm good. Most of my setup when I woke up was turn on my monitor screen and then finish off my Sims 4 sim creator so I could save the game and not lose my sim.
Yeah.
I was like right at the end of it, and I thought, it took me this long to create him. I'm not going to redo all of that just because I can't save him in this menu. So all I had to quickly do was name him, pick traits, create the dog, and then dump him in a house. And as soon as I did that, I saved and quit.
Fair.
Because sometimes I created a Sims family with it, booted it up, and that Sims solely didn't exist. I was like, screw you, game. I'm just going to take my time and make sure, like, I saved it multiple times. I'm like, this is going to save.
Yeah.
This is gonna save.
Always
It's gonna,
useful to make sure.
you know. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I had a bit of a good week, and then it turned shit, and now I don't know what my week is. I'm too tired to figure out how I'm gonna feel today because I've not long just woken up. I don't know how today's gonna go.
Don't worry about it.
Um,
Just don't worry, and everything will be
I
fine, right?
feel half tempted to run away to my mum's and hug Puppy.
Fair.
That might make me
That's a
feel
fair
better.
argument.
But I did watch stupid early time for me, but I was watching a Critical Role rebroadcast of a live show they did, and boy
Mm-hmm.
did it crack me the fuck up. Because that I didn't. I mean, I should have expected it because it's Critical Role, but like I didn't expect that. Like what I watched was not what I expected.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't remember her name, but the character she was playing was called Jester, and she summoned a spiritual weapon. I'm not sure if this is appropriate for Twitch for me to say what the spiritual weapon was.
I think I
It
get
was
the point.
giant and flappy and huge.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Travis, who was playing Grog, decided to call it a space whale. It was.
Yeah.
I fucking lost it. That whole set, I just fucking lost it. And everyone talking about the size. Like, 8th level doesn't make it that big. I lost it. I could not stop laughing through all of that, and it hurt my ribs, and I was like, good god,
Although
that's something I needed.
Mom
I
stayed
didn't
up
know I
late to
needed
watch it as
so
well.
entertaining. I missed like the first half of it as well, so Mom.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
This red chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I completely lost it when I watched it. It was something. It really was something. It cheered me up though. Like I was in a proper like grumpy mood and I was feeling miserable, and I thought, right, I'll put this on because I'm bored. And Cedric finished streaming, so I was like, right, I'll watch this. And I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
I was expecting a regular, like, you know, Critical Role D&D session, but no, it's like, oh, it's been an option. It's like, oh, it's all game show from different. Oh, this will be great and fun, and then that.
Is it ever normal with Critical Role?
No, but but that was extra.
Mm-hmm.
That was most definitely extra. It definitely cracked me up and put me in a slightly happier mood. So yeah, it something. Yeah. And then even if I have Arc in my Steam, I decided to get the Ultimate Edition on Game Pass just to see if I could run it better and if it could handle all this DLC, like to see if it would run better than what I had in Steam. Like if it could handle all this extra stuff that I wouldn't have had with my Steam version. And it ran well with all this extra stuff. So if I save up my money, I might either get the extra stuff for the Steam version and uninstall the Game Pass version. Because if I already own the game, I might as well own the extra stuff as well.
Yeah.
But I had booted it up, got myself a raptor. I named it a really cute name. It was a female raptor. I named it Mimi. And then, out of fucking nowhere, this giant fat ass basilisk just one-shotted Mimi to death whilst I was sitting on her. I was like, it took me so much effort to tame Mimi. I was like freshly respawned after being dead, so I was butt naked with nothing on me, and I was using my fists to punch these raptors, knocked one unconscious, chased this level 41 around, beating its ass to get meat to feed the other one, because it's the only thing around that I could find. And then some stupid ass basilisk one-shotted it. And I was like, I should have died to those raptors with how little. Considering one was level 40 and I didn't have any armor or weapons. All I had was my fist, so I should have died to that, but.
Yeah.
But
I was both happy and confused.
I was like, yay, I got a raptor, and I was like, this shouldn't happen, but yay, I got a raptor, and then I got real pissed off when that basilisk killed it, but I just quit the game.
Yeah.
When you name a dinosaur, you get attached. And when something kills it.
Gina.
Yeah.
Just now, for some reason, my pal didn't want to return, so it killed the boss I was fighting, so I couldn't catch it. But I was spamming E, and he just didn't want to go back in for some reason. I never had that happen.
No.
That happened to you?
No. It might have been that you were lagging briefly, and that might be why.
Maybe? I don't think I was lagging, though.
I mean, there has been a new patch, so maybe it's a bug introduced in the new patch.
Well, I swapped to a different pal and then bought that one back in, and that did work, so it's like just weird. Yeah. Wait, they have a new patch? Anything we should know about?
Only a minor change due to the patent lawsuit.
Oh, what is it? What did they change?
So basically, you can't glide using pals anymore. So previously, I used to use my Gale Claw for gliding. Now it the effect is exactly the same when I've got it in my inventory, but the visual is my glider instead. That is literally the only difference.
Why did they have to change that?
Because
part?
Nintendo had a patent for gliding using creatures, basically.
How many games
And
do
they
that?
decided not to bother arguing it because there aren't actually that many that use gliding from like other creatures. Flying them, they wouldn't be able to argue because a lot of other games do that. But
Yeah, I was about to say
gliding
like,
is a bit
arc
more.
like that, but yeah,
Yeah.
but that's fine. Oh no, wait, in Arc, you can pick someone up, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's not really the same as gliding. I mean, technically in Ark, like, there is ones that allow you to glide, but that's less you hanging from them gliding and more, like, I think there's
They
like
pick you
one or
up.
two. Yeah.
Yeah. I just remember picking up smaller creatures and just tossing them around. Or something like that. For some reason. Anyway. What are we gonna... Do we have any goals for today? Anything we want to do? What are we up to?
I have a
What are
few
we-
things I want to do,
Oh.
but more just like level up things, catch some pals for like condensing, work on the farm base, get resources, like basic things like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Where am I? No, it's there. Okay. I'm just gonna continue exploring the new area.
Mhm.
And just catching pals as well, I guess. Obviously. Oh, they're done. Post. You see. Uh. Yeah. Just had a guy fly off. He really got killed. You had like 40 T-Rexes? Excuse me? That's a lot of T-Rex. So I think that if you turn off one of those towers, they are permanently turned off. Because I just walked to one, and it's off already.
Okay,
So,
that's good.
yeah. It's not like gonna be annoying where it's like, oh, I'm back on. So I could just fly around and figure out where they all are. And then slowly turn all of them off. Also, because it's nighttime, you just grab more effigies. Where? You just wanted your tiny little mammal pets? And but no, we could only have 40 tame dinos. So we took out your pets from our T-Rexes. Oh. That's messed up. Murder, jump, jump. Murder it. Of little friends. Although I would do the same, probably. Oh, only 40?
Yeah, I think that's the standard limit on servers.
Oh, I didn't know there was a cap, honestly.
Yeah, it's so that there's like lots of different like clans can have basically a lot of things without causing like lag and stuff.
Yeah. That just makes sense. Oh, I hear a shiny somewhere. Where?
Oh, that's just horrible. Killing all of your dinos and then just because they wanted more T-Rexes. That's not fair.
That's not nice. That's... I thought you killed the T-Rexes, so... But yeah, that's not very nice. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh, wait. There you go. That's not being a friend, it's rude. Yeah, I agree. I think that's correct. That's not very nice. Where is this? Are they? Where am I hearing them? Not up here. Oh, I hate how the audio in this game works, or, well, doesn't work, honestly. Because you couldn't hear something from, like, incredibly far away, but it's like, just, I don't even know where the hell this is. Like, it sounds like you're next to it, but it's like 200 meters down.
Mm.
And I'm just not seeing it. What? Is it here?
Yeah.
Is there a cave entrance here? It's not you.
Yeah.
The thing is, that isn't actually
So,
even
let's
true.
see.
Like, T-Rexes aren't the only thing worth taming. There's plenty of other dinos in Ark that are actually really useful.
Yeah.
Like, sure, T-Rexes are good, but there's things that are way better, and like the water ones, like for swimming and stuff, or like a flying one to like get places faster. Like, there's way
Mhm.
better ones. Frankly, T-Rexes are only good if you don't actually know anything about the rest of the dinos.
Going insane. Is it in this rock or something? What am I fucking hearing?
What's going on, Arya?
Well, there's this shiny here, but it's not here. Because the audio is absolutely trash. So you can't tell where something is by audio. Because it sounds like it's in this wall. But
It
also
honestly
sounds
might be
like
in the
it's
wall.
all the way up. there a way to no clip?
Not without using the admin stuff, which we're not going to do, just for a shiny.
I just
Yeah.
want to know where it is.
It'll be in that wall if you can hear it from coming from there. They do sometimes clip into walls. I've had it happen before.
Why does it have to? Like it sounds like I'm nearby, like everywhere. Is it just the other side, maybe? Anything here? Nope. Like, I've been so far in so many places, and I can still hear it. Doesn't make any sense. I can hear it, even though I'm like millions of miles away. No. And now it's gone, I think, as well. Oh. Sucks. Where am I being?
Yeah.
Ooh. Probably.
Ha.
That way? Just go. Totally walk it. Somewhere over here. Oh, I see him.
Yeah.
Distance. There you go. What's this? Do I have this one?
Yeah.
No clue. I still want to go there.
Huh.
That way. I just like really wanted that shiny because it is in a new area, so it's very likely a level 60.
Yeah.
That would have been great.
Yeah, I managed to get a shiny from the new area last time.
So that mine was, I guess, in a wall. So who knows what it was? Because I don't. I didn't know for sure. Actually, check there. Just gonna explore all of the map while flying. I kind of want to try and catch the jet one.
Yeah, that was another
Um,
thing that I was thinking we could try today is work together
Yeah.
to try and catch it because it respawns after like an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we could try and catch it, then wait, and then come back when it's respawned and catch it again.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
What are you both up to right now?
Yeah, I'm on the number 3 wildlife sanctuary trying to get some what's they called? Blazomets. Wanna
Mm-hmm.
condense down a bunch, but they take forever to hatch, so
Oh, yeah.
I'm just drinking my hot chocolate and cracking some gunpowder.
There.
I'm just making sure I have plenty of gunpowder in stock. So if I don't keep on top of it, next time I go to craft ammo, I'll have enough.
Should be fine.
It's just one of those things where in games, it's like, oh, I want to craft this, oh, I want to craft this, and I never once take a second to think, do I have the ingredients to actually craft it? I never stay on top of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're ever short on ingredients, just go to the main base. I can promise you there'll be plenty there.
Yeah.
Because I make sure
Yeah,
there's
very
plenty in
likely.
stock there.
Even if doing this won't give a lot of XP, it'll still give a little, and anything I do will help get the pals in my party to level up. So even if there's plenty of resource for me to borrow, I'd still rather craft some just for sake of crafting and getting the XP.
Yeah.
Even if it's a tiny amount, it's still better than not getting any.
That's true. That's true.
You know, I completely forgot I was level 51, and then I looked at my party and I was like, oh, I've got 2 pals to level 50, and I was like, when the fuck did I do that? I don't remember having 2 pals at level 50.
Yeah.
It must have happened and I just didn't notice, like, at all. They probably leveled up as soon as I came on, maybe, and I just didn't notice. I've still got so much waking up to do. My brain ain't fully there yet. When I'm more
Don't
awake,
worry.
I can probably, like, go catch more pals and do stuff like that, but whilst I'm sleeping, I'm just gonna stick to grinding stuff. I haven't got the energy to go on adventures at the minute.
No worries.
I love my queen cup. Still surprised I got it for 3 bloody quid. I look at it and I just think in my head, this shit's worth like hundreds of fucking quid, and all I paid was 3 quid. If I went to an actual Queen merch shop, I would be paying hundreds just for a cup, coaster, and tin. Like, I literally would be. And instead, I went to a small, hidden away antique shop and just found it on a shelf. It's 3 quid.
Nice.
Just my luck. You never know what you find in antique shops. You really bloody don't.
Yeah.
There's stuff in there that is worth hundreds, maybe thousands, and you can just get it for so fucking cheap. You save a shit ton of money going to a small antique shop rather than an actual shop.
Yeah, I mean charity shops as well, like, because oftentimes the person there doesn't actually know that something is worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
Same time with charity shops, even though they probably want to make the money to like support the charity and stuff, they don't overprice things in a stupid way because they set the prices just right to make people want to come in and buy things. Because if things are cheap enough but not too cheap, people will buy something. And so even if something is worth more than what it's being sold for, if it gets people to come in, buy some, and then brag about, oh, this place is nice, I got this for so much, it will draw more people in, and then that will support the charity more than just having things cost what they're supposed to cost. Because I've been in a charity shop before, and I definitely did see one or two things that I'm pretty sure I've seen somewhere else for a lot more, but I sold them for a lot less.
Yeah.
More people.
Yeah, I mean, I used to work in a charity shop, so like I know that we often did not know the actual value of some of the stuff.
Yeah.
Don't you just look it up? You know?
Well, you can't look up every single item when you're like pricing up hundreds of products a day.
Yeah, I think that's it as well, yeah. Because they want it to be sold.
Yeah, it's also the fact of like
warehouse.
there was some stuff that we would recognize as like a specific thing, or if it, like there was like something that came in that had like a specific type of branding, we would maybe look it up. We also did a lot of like clothes as well, so we knew like designer brands. We literally had a rail of designer clothing, and that we priced like obviously way higher than the regular clothing, but it was still like a fraction of the cost of what it would have been like regular.
Yeah.
Like literally at one point we got in a new with tags like thing from a designer brand that must have only been purchased within the last couple of months because it was still for sale in that brand. And a lot of the designer brands, like especially with these kind of things, it's very seasonal. So like they have it in stock and then they don't have it again. So it was like very much a newer thing, and we had a new one with tags, and it was like at least a few hundred that it cost, and we only charged 50 for it.
Did you buy it yourself?
No, it wasn't my style. But it was like we tried to like upcharge as much as we felt reasonable for like things we knew were very valuable. And we would often like look things up and be like, okay, well, we have to do at least like a quarter of the price. And I was often in charge of like the jewelry that we got in, just because I was like, it was a thing I just took over handling because no one else wanted to do the jewelry. And we often got in silver, like proper silver with all of the hallmark on and everything. So I would like go through and I would like price it up a bit more expensive than the regular jewelry, and it would go in our more high value jewelry section. But it still was like relatively cheap. But like I priced it much more expensive than my colleagues would have, because at one point I found this really pretty ring that I wanted. It was fairly simple, and I've still got it actually, like just a silver ring with lots of like clear gems all around it. Yeah, simple but pretty. And I would have put it at like £5, like because it was pure silver. Or whatever the price chart I would have used. And so I like went to one of my colleagues and I was like, I can't price this because I want to buy it. And that was the general rule, is you don't price something that you're planning on buying. So I was like, can you price it? And they priced it at like half the price that I would have. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
$250?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was like a fraction of the cost.
How can you look at a ring and be like, yep, this is $250? Like, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
It just
we
sounds...
charged like very little for a lot of the stuff. Like we could afford to upcharge for
Yeah.
quite a bit because it was a fairly like rich-ish area, but that was also why we got quite a few designer things in, because we had a lot of rich people in the
Yeah.
area that would just donate higher value stuff.
Maybe I should go to one of those stores. Huh.
Charity shops are pretty good. Like you can find some real good stuff in them. And like
Yeah.
the thing is, we got so much stuff that was donated, and at least half of it, like in terms of clothing anyway, went straight to rag, basically straight in the bin, because it wasn't good enough to sell.
Really?
Yeah, and this wasn't
Yeah.
like bin into landfill or anything. We had like a rag, basically clothing that wasn't sellable either because it was damaged or had like severe staining on, or it was underwear which we can't sell. The amount of times it was like underwear and stuff, it was but it went to these things and it would either get recycled and like be recycled fabric, or if it was like an item of clothing that would still be like wearable and usable but wasn't suitable for selling, sometimes it would go to like aid charity organized like things for like people who like basically given some form of clothing, even though it wasn't necessarily good quality, it was something. And things like that.
Yeah.
And we had a lot that
Also-
went for that.
Yeah, the underwear can be sold. It's just yeah.
It can't
need to
be.
go to a separate website. I mean, sorry.
It definitely can't be. Not in
It's a
any
whole market.
charity shop.
Don't ask me why I know, but yeah, that's a market that exists. So you know.
Yeah, no. It was like underwear, swimming costumes, and pajamas all had to go straight to rag.
Wait, why pajamas?
Because you don't usually wear them with underwear.
You don't?
Most people don't.
I guess it depends on what kind of underwear it is as well. Or pajamas, sorry.
Yeah, if it was a pajama style thing, it went straight in the rag pile because
Why would you wear pajama pants and then not wear underwear? Like, just sounds weird to me.
a lot
I
of people
wear-
do. Like a lot of people don't wear
Yeah.
underwear with pajamas.
Huh.
That's actually more common than wearing underwear with pajamas.
Really?
Yeah, from what I could
No.
tell, yeah.
That is so weird to me. It's weird when I say it's weird. In that case.
I guess maybe it's like a different country thing. Maybe it's more common in the UK not to wear underwear with pajamas, but maybe like elsewhere it's
Yeah,
different.
Well, normally when I put on a pajama, it means it's cold. So I'll very likely be wearing underwear. And why would I take it off to just put something else on, you know? Either I'm not wearing anything, or I'm wearing everything. That's how I do it, at least. Or, yeah. Although, sometimes I just go to bed with whatever I'm wearing because I'm lazy. And by sometimes, I mean like 90% of the time, I'll just go to bed wearing just what I was wearing before. And then just, yeah, call it a night. Unless I'm too warm, then suddenly, like, every 15 minutes, like, I'll just take something off and be like, hopefully I'm cozy now, and then still look cozy. It will just be like, yeah, an hour later, finally fall asleep because I'm not wearing like 17 pieces of clothing anymore. Well, that's not true. I will never wear that much. Like, yeah.
The most layers I've ever really worn is like 5 or 6.
Do we include socks and, well, yeah, socks obviously. Let's see. Underwear, socks, and shirt.
Oh, and no, I'm talking like layers, like tops on tops on tops.
Layers. Why the hell would you wear 5 layers?
Doing sports outside in the freezing winter.
Why are you doing sports outside in the freezing winter? And you could just
When I was
buy
in
a
school.
thermal shirt. Just buy some thermal.
This included
shirts, 2 layers.
thermals.
What is... Carl.
So when I was in school, did
Don't layer
rowing.
Thermals with... Please tell me you didn't layer thermals with thermals.
No, I only had one set of thermals.
Thank God.
I had like underwear, then the thermals, then a regular top, then a jumper, then a jacket, and then a waterproof. Quite often.
Yeah, now you realized you're just permanently sweating because your
Oh no,
body's
I
not
was still
freezing.
cold, freezing cold in that quite often.
Well,
Because
If you're doing
I was
sports,
doing
you're doing
rowing in the middle of winter, and the thing is, I wasn't exercising. I was sat still because I was the cox, aka the person who steers the boat. So I sat
I
still
see.
the entire time, and I had water, like cold, freezing cold water being splashed over me. If we were going
makes-
fast enough, it
okay,
was
well,
like
never
wind,
mind.
freezing cold. Like that's why
Now
I
it
needed
makes
that
a
many
lot more
layers.
sense. Yeah, don't worry, you're good to go. You're no longer under arrest for crimes against humanity.
Oh yeah, no. Most of the rowers that were actually doing exercise were wearing like, what they wore for rowing,
t-shirt.
which was like, not a t-shirt. They
maybe some
literally
shorts.
wore like, like spandex kind of outfits, like tight fitted with like
Oh, yeah.
strappy sleeve kind of thing. Like they were very much not wearing much when they were actually rowing.
Yeah, because that's what I was gonna say. Like, if you're sporting, you're supposed to get warm. Like, you do
Yeah.
not need 5 layers if you're doing anything at all.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
yeah,
they would
you're
often
just
like
there.
have like jumpers and jackets and stuff on before getting into the boat.
Yeah.
Because there would often be a lot of downtime, especially during races.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just as cold whilst they were all doing that.
Especially when you get splashed constantly, then
Yeah.
it just makes so much more sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
I remember specifically one training session where I was with one of my favourite coaches because he was always very lovely to me. But the crew were just decided they were going to be misbehaving. And so the coach was like on the bank and we were on the water. And so he was shouting instruction basically from his bike on the bank and he was cycling around the lake. And he couldn't entirely see what was happening other than roughly where the boat was. So he didn't see that the crew decided they were going to start splashing cold water over me until I was completely drenched, even through my waterproofs. And this was the middle of winter on probably like a near 0 degree day. So we were supposed to do a second lap. And I was like, nope, we are going in back to the pontoon. I steered them in, gave them the instructions. They listened to the instructions because obviously they can't steer the boat. We went back in. I got out of the boat and walked away. Now, usually when getting out of the boat, I would get out and then stay there and hold the boat whilst the rest of the crew got out because that would steady the boat.
Oh.
I just walked off. I just walked away.
Did you give it a gentle push as well?
No,
like,
I'm not
"Bye."
that mean. I just walked off and
would do
left.
that.
And the coach obviously had given us the
Not that
instruction to go
mean.
round again. And then he saw us go back in and he was like, what's going on? And came over and talked to me because he saw me walk away and was like, that is not normal. And asked me what happened. And I explained it to him. He got them all to put the boat away and then sat them all down and yelled at them.
Yeah.
Because whilst they were lovely and warm because they were exercising, I was icy cold at that point. I was freezing. And that was no way to treat me. Whereas I was like kind of one of the more important members of the group because I literally steered the boat and made sure it was going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I already fly to what's it called? An oil drill thingy? Like one of those bases.
Oh yeah.
but it's like really far out.
Mm.
Might pal please pick me up before I drown? Thank you. They have a laser beam. No?
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, did you get lasered by something going towards one?
Yeah, but I got off in time. I'm okay. Like, I could just swim this. It just takes forever. It's because I have so much stamina and I could just get on my pal whenever I run out and then just hop off. Like, as soon as I can. It's so far away from land as well.
Yeah. That's why when I saw
Once
one
there was
and the
a
laser
laser and
started
I
coming
could see
towards
it.
me, I just kind of gave up on it because I was like, I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, that's fair. Rain syndicate platform oil ring.
These plasmids do not spawn very commonly here. I'm
What?
just constantly going around and killing and capturing all the other ones that I want to, and to hopefully clear some spawns for them.
Yeah.
I've gotten a few, but I've also gotten some other super rare ones as well that apparently spawn over here occasionally.
This guy has so much health and it's just a grunt. Oh, I killed him. Ooh. Oh, yeah, I've been killed. Oh my god. Huh. Now I need to get back here to grab my stuff and then somehow get out of here as well.
Do you want me to give you a hand?
I don't know how. I don't know how you will be able to give me a hand here. I just need to grab my stuff and just swim back.
Yeah, I was more just thinking like I could help fight stuff. Divide
Oh,
the attention.
They take like so much. They will just one tap you to death. Because there's multiple of them, and like it takes so long to take one down that they will just shoot again. And that wasn't nice. Yeah. Let's see, it's quicker from here. I just need to get as close as possible with my pal. This time I'll take a shorter route as well. Hold on. Let's see. Need to go that way. It would be nice if I could take down their defenses before they attack me. Or if I could reach the turrets and turn them off. Wait. No. This is going to take a while. I just need to somehow stealthily go around the base, but I think they will just see me as soon as I get near. Hmm. We have 2 lasers. At least. Hmm. Hey, Kiriko. Nope. I'll just do the smart thing and get out of here. Oh, messing around to find out later. Sort. Yeah. Hmm. This is gonna be the longest swim ever. Oh. I should have brought the pal that teleports me back. No.
Yeah.
Uh, this is so slow. Only like just over halfway, and it's been like a couple of minutes. At least I have a lot of points into energy. I could see land. I'll be free soon. I hope. Maybe. think that took me 5 minutes to swim back. Oh. Because I believe Carico arrived when it was still going there. And it's 6 minutes ago. Well, why do they put stuff so far away and then they just don't allow you to fly there, even though you'll just have to swim otherwise? That sucks. It's just annoying.
Oh, hello, Carico. I was so hyper-focused on trying to do technical stuff that I didn't pay attention to anything else.
Don't worry.
I fixed
all
the
do that.
technical thing now because my stream can hear the both of you two now. Which it took me a while to notice that nobody could. When I noticed, I decided to fix it. And then I was trying to see if I could set up a thing on my Stream Deck controller to try and mute and unmute myself in Discord. But I can't find anything to make it work, so I've just given up.
I'm able to do it. On your Stream Deck, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can just connect Discord to your Stream
There's
Deck.
you have to get a plugin for it for the Stream Deck.
Yeah.
you have to get plugins, and the annoying thing about plugins is if you don't have like a proper branded Stream Deck controller, most plugins won't work properly, and it's finicky to get them to like work.
What do you have?
I do the
have, like, a
mobile app and it
cheap,
works just
not
fine with all the
popular one.
plugins.
Oh.
But, yeah.
Because I've literally got my old phone now permanently as my Stream Deck.
Nice.
Yeah, I could
Yeah.
set my phone up as an Elgato Stream Deck, and it would just cost me £2 a month or whatever. But I'm so flat broke, I can't afford to do that.
You can do it for free. The app's free. I mean, you only get like 6 buttons on a screen for the free version. You have to pay if you want more, but the free version is all I use. It's perfectly good.
But
You just have
do
to
you
use
have
extra pages.
tabs?
Yeah, so I have...
So
Yeah, I have like
technically,
the
if
main
you
window,
flip
a second
buttons, you
page,
just
I
have
have
to
like
scroll
folders
through
that
it.
I click into, so I have like my Discord folder which opens up basically my mute and deafen buttons and like Discords I can join and everything. I've got like one for my stream transition, so I can literally, I don't have to interact with OBS, I can transition my stream literally from the thing. I can like mute and unmute various audios.
Yeah, like I have it set up like that as well. Like I can mute the stream. I can mute Discord both ways. I can turn Discord audio off completely for the stream. So I can talk
Yeah.
to you while the stream can't hear, which is sometimes useful.
Yeah.
And then I have like music and OBS buttons in a different tab. It's really useful, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's just handy to have all of the various buttons.
I used to have it set up where it could do the stuff I need it to do, but now most of the plugins that I was using are just not there and don't work, and I have to find something new. And the new stuff, like, doesn't work. Like, there's this new one I got, and it was like, click this link to get your client ID or whatever to put in this box to enable it all to work, and it never fucking worked. I was trying to make it work. I was like, this ain't giving me the thing I need to put in the box to get the authorization to make it work. And I was like, this stupid plugin app is a pain in the ass. And I was like, it's giving me a headache trying to figure out how to enable it rather than actually use it. Like, I couldn't actually use it. So I just got rid of it. Like, when a plugin is giving you that much hassle, it's not a plugin, it's just a broken piece of crap. A plugin is something that works and lets you use it.
Yeah. It's weird if they're not working. It might be worth like just reinstalling stuff. It might just be like slightly bugged.
Yeah.
No,
Or just
it
Google
was a
it
piece of
if
shit.
anyone else has the issue.
It just did the same thing every time I tried it. It was just a complete piece of crap. I just gave up on it because I thought, right, this ain't gonna work. If I want to
Did
mute
you at
Discord,
least
I'm
look
gonna
it up?
tab out.
If anyone else had that issue?
I'll just do it when I'm not streaming. I can't be else dealing with it now.
Yeah, of course.
I thought like, oh, it should be quick and easy to find the plugin, install, set up the buttons, easy peasy, and everything will run smooth. No, the plugin pissed me off.
I mean, if you're also not using the actual hardware and some copy of it, then yeah, just make it easier.
In a way, it technically is like actual hardware, but it's just cheap crap. And it was what I could afford, and I just
Oh,
knew that
God.
how many times I tried to save up for the one I wanted, it was either going to be unavailable when I could afford it, or I just couldn't afford it. And it was pissing me off waiting months trying to get a Stream Deck controller. And I was like, I just want something where I can press buttons and make my life easier. So that I just bought the cheapest thing I could find and then got it working, and I was like, yay, I can press buttons.
Yeah.
And now it's starting to get on my nerves because not all the buttons want to work. I might, if I can save up, I might treat myself to a much better upgraded one where shit will work.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't get the one I wanted at the time, and it just when you spend months trying to save in budget to get one product, and it just constantly goes out of stock, unavailable, or you can't afford it because it's stupidly expensive. It just months of waiting, and then I just couldn't. It pissed me off. I ran out of patience. Sometimes I can wait this. Like, if a brand new product isn't released yet, I can wait. I can save up and wait. That's fine. If it's a product that's existed for years and it is really popular and good, the fact that I can't get it for several months of saving up really pisses me off.
Mm.
Because that's what everyone else will tell me to do. Just wait and save up. I have been. And
Where have you been checking for it to be in stock?
I can't remember the names of all the places.
I mean, you could just check Amazon or something as well.
Yeah,
Probably
I'll
should
look
have
at
it.
Amazon and I'll look at some other places, and I think I looked at Elgato too because my mic is Elgato, and I've got Elgato software on my computer. So if I got one of those, it would be easy because I've got half the software already. But you know, sometimes Elgato can be a lot of money.
Yeah, it's also not a cheap one, so...
Yeah, but Elgato's good
Yeah.
quality, so that's why it's expensive.
It is worth the money, hence why my mic is worth the money.
Yeah.
And I just have a blue, so...
Yeah. I have
works
blue
perfectly
microphone,
fine.
but my mic arm is an Elgato one.
I like my mic because it has a little dial on it where I can adjust the volume on the microphone itself rather than my volume on the computer and in apps. So if my volume is just right in the app, but I'm the one being quiet, I can just turn the microphone up and it'll pick up my voice. And I don't have to finicky about changing audio settings. I can just turn the dial on the microphone, and the mute button, it isn't a clunky, loud press it, I've pressed a button to mute it. Like, it's a very silent touch. As soon as you touch it, it knows you've touched it and it mutes.
Yeah, I think that's the only problem I have with the button on this one, is it is a bit of a loud, clicky one.
And
When I do mute it.
you can also just press, and I can just carry on talking when I unpress it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I just want a really good monitor arm, so I can have a fourth monitor above my monitors. I just don't seem to be able to find a good monitor arm. That is also not super expensive.
In my room,
yeah.
I might have to turn the back storage
Because
room where I'm sleeping into a bedroom. Give up my bedroom to my niece.
Yeah, I do have two monitor arms. One of them holds two monitors at once, and one of them is separate. But the one that's separate, like, isn't made to go high. It's made to go side to side mostly. More than that. Actually, can I check? Yeah, it doesn't go that high. So it can't, like, I can't get another one of those and then make it go up. What do you need? 4 monitors? Well, sometimes it's useful. For example, right now, I have Discord on one screen, the game on another, and then OBS on another. But what would be nice is to have another screen with, like, my browser open, with, like, a tutorial for stuff. So I can watch that as well. Without having to, like, move Discord to the background, which is what I currently have to do if I want to look up anything. Sometimes it's really, it's like, is it something I need? No. But my PC can hold 4 monitors, and I have 4 monitors. So, it just would be nice. Shoot, checking in. Monitor arm. Because a lot of them are, like, made to more, like, be pulled forward. Like, they can go forward by a lot, or to the side a lot, but not up. And I want one that goes up instead. It's just really annoying to find. And I have a feeling that 3D printing a monitor arm is
Yeah, probably not the best idea.
not the best idea. It is an idea, but yeah. Technically you could. I think you just reinforce it. But yeah, I don't want to risk it. Wait, there's a monitor arm that you can just attach to another monitor arm? Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, no, that won't do it. Oh, this looks interesting. Just show the stream what I'm looking at. Imagine having a gamer posture where this is necessary. Oh, it's beautiful. But I needed to go higher. I think this is still too low. It's because of how these things are. It needs to go up further. But it can't. Physically. I love how I'm also looking at this right now. Look, we always get distracted anyways. So why not keep getting distracted? Guess it needs like 2 hinges instead of 1. Because that makes it go up higher.
I have to, I'm not going to screen in my room. Instead of like setting up my desk in my room, I'm gonna have to like turn the downstairs back room into a bedroom and set all my desk and streaming stuff down there. So my niece can have my current room. Because now she's got a place in the high school that's very close, so instead of the kids going back to where they're supposed to be, we're going to be stuck with one of them for a lot longer than we're supposed to, because they've been here for way too longer than they were supposed to be. Because when they first moved this thing around, they were supposed to be there for about a month or 2, maybe 3, 4 at most, just so they could go on scheduled planned trips that were already booked and paid for at the primary school that they're at. Those trips came and went. They're still here, and now one of them's going to be going to high school. It's
Yeah.
obvious my dad ain't happy that his home is being overtaken by children that... Sure, you can like kids, but when you get to his age, he's been there, done that. He doesn't want kids in the house. And, you know,
Yeah.
especially kids that make mess, don't behave, or are loud and noisy, and aren't parented properly. So, as much as I like my nieces, like, if their mother wasn't such a pain in the ass, they would have a home, and they could go there, and everything would be fine, but no. And instead of, like, having my room and doing my room the way I want, I'm gonna have to, like, shift somewhere else and give up my room.
Yeah.
I understand she's gonna need it if she's gonna be stuck here going to high school, but I mean, she's the more tolerable one, so like, because she actually behaves and she's polite and she, you know, tidies up and stuff. And
Yeah.
she's like the more responsible one. Like the other day, I had to, like, I put the phone off of my 6-year-old. I took a phone off her, held it, and I just looked at her and I was like, no Friday faces or anything. I was like, there's this you're doing which ain't good, there's this you're doing which ain't good, and then there's the fact that she had grabbed the 2-year-old from behind and lifted her up and swung her round from the 6-year-old's left to the 6-year-old's right, and if she weren't careful doing that, she could have hurt the 2-year-old. And I was like, a 2-year-old is delicate and prone to be more vulnerable to things that the 6-year-old isn't.
You're not supposed to toss a 2-year-old? Oh.
She didn't toss, she just picked her up and just moved her from left to right, but the way she did it, I was like, you don't do that with a 2-year-old. And she's being completely uncareful, she's being loud and everything. I just full on told her off. I was not in the mood for bullshit that day. I was like, I just told her off, held her phone away from me, away from her just so she would look at me and listen. And when I was convinced she understood, I put the phone back. I was like, I took it to make you listen. And when she listened and took my words in, like, she was mostly quiet, maybe a little bit giggly when interacting with other people, but she slowly started to calm down because she was being way too hyper and whatnot, and like she needed to calm down and she needed that moment. And when you tell off a kid, they shut up and they frown and they're not happy. It makes them quiet. It makes them quiet, and quiet is what I wanted.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, she needs to learn. She needs to be taught and told, this is wrong, this is right, and I don't think it happens enough, because sometimes, like, my brother can do it, but I think sometimes he's so tired and stressed he just doesn't have it in him to do it, if you know what I mean. Like, it just, like, you might not have the full energy to, like, do what needs to be done, because they drive him nuts. You know, there's only so much bull crap you can take before you just can't be arsed doing stuff. But I can understand his mental state of just not always being bothered, but at the same time, he has to suck it up and do something, otherwise they're not going to learn and they're just going to get worse. But when they're good, I can tolerate them. Like, anyone can tolerate a child when it's good and quiet and behaved.
True.
Like, the 6-year-old, like, she doesn't have a talking volume. It's loud, shouting, yelling, and when she walks, she won't walk, she stomps. And sometimes, when I listen to her, like, yelling and stomping, I just want to tell her to shut the fuck up. don't stomp, you don't walk, you don't shout, you don't yell, you talk at a normal volume.
Yeah.
And I sit her down and tell her, like, none of this bullshit. And when someone's like stood close enough to you, you do not yell in their face. You don't scream in their face. You talk.
You don't?
No. You,
Oh.
like, I was trying to lure the 2-year-old out the room, get her attention, trying to get her to follow me, whilst the other one stood so opposite to a person getting babysat. And they're both close enough that they could touch. And instead of talking to the 2-year-old at a decent volume, she just screamed in its face, trying to tell it where to go, and it weren't responding. The 2-year-old, she didn't want to listen. She was being yelled at. You don't
Very
yell
much
at
2-year-old.
you don't yell at a 2-year-old's face.
Mm-hmm.
You talk to a 2-year-old, and you talk at a tone of volume that they respond to.
Yeah.
6-year-olds really didn't understand that. So much stress when I'm mentally stress is not what I need bad for my health.
Mm-hmm.
Physically and mentally, it's just bad for my health. The amount of fits I've been having lately because it's been stressing me out.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Don't
feel
worry.
like if not today, then in about a day or two, I can predict soon I'm probably going to have another one. I can feel pain slowly building up in the back of my head. That combined with the stress I'm feeling, at some point I'm going to have another episode. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. My patience is going to be pushed, and it's going to happen.
Yeah. Let's hope not.
It's
Obviously.
unpredictable. Like the fact that I can somewhat guess and like feel them coming on beforehand means I can get somewhere soft, safe, and comfortable. So I'm going to hurt myself less. But there isn't a technique I can use that works to make them stop and fight them off. Because every time I try to do that, I feel this sort of like pressure build. Like, you know when you're trying to bottle up your emotions and you feel it build ready to snap? It's that sort of like pressure build. Every time I try and resist or calm down or get it to stop before it happens, I feel this pressure build. As if it's going to happen no matter what, and the more I hold it back, the more it's going to build, and then it's going to obviously not going to be any better than just letting it happen in the first place.
Yeah.
But it's just, yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about these, because I know that on the left side of my head, at the same place I hurt about a year or two ago when I got my concussion. I think 2 years ago when I got my concussion. That part of my head still hurts, the pain still comes and goes, and it still bothers me. And I'm like, that shouldn't be happening 2 years after the fact.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good, as they say.
Certain amounts of pain, especially in my head, trigger episodes, because I know when I had recently done that, a good 3 weeks after knowing that I had a concussion, if I had a strong surge of pain centered in the exact spot that I had hit hard enough to get the concussion, if I felt that area surge in pain, it definitely triggered an episode, and I would see it and everything because that part of my head was in agony. And
Yeah.
I just don't think it was checked properly. Sure, they did a scan and figured out I had a concussion, but I don't think they checked how badly it was hurt, and the fact that I came, like, I'd arrived in A&E, when the day we did the scan, I arrived in the A&E having fits, but the fits were caused because of that pain. If the pain was bad enough to cause my body to seize and react, you'd want to do more than just a CT scan. You'd want to check it all properly.
Mm-hmm.
But like at the time, that's all they did. And then a week later, I threw up, and then I spent months at my mum's trying to recover because I had a concussion and I was throwing up.
Yeah.
So, and I needed a quiet, stress-free environment, and that was my mum's house.
Mm-hmm.
So my mum's is always quiet and stress-free because like 90% of the day, like a good chunk of it, she's at work, and then when she comes home, she just wants to relax in peace and quiet. So it's barely noisy at all. It's slightly noisier now versus 2 years ago because now she has a puppy, and 2 years ago she didn't. I feel like if I had to repeat in that situation, like hypothetically, if I went through a similar situation and I needed to go to my mum's for a quiet, peaceful place to relax, I don't think a noisy puppy would make the situation worse. I think it would make it much better.
Yeah.
I think you'd just sit and cuddle on me and try and lick me to make me feel better. And
Oh.
that's what he would
Yeah.
do. If I was laying there not feeling well, that's what he would do. He'd just come to me and cuddle me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd be like, Charlie, back off so I don't throw up on you. And like, don't lick and eat my vomit. Throw off.
Although.
And then you sat there with a bucket of stick and you're just throwing up every now and then. Oh, that was
Yeah.
awful. The first day I was throwing up at home, my dad gave me a bucket I could use to like lean over and keep throwing up. I was throwing up so often that the bucket couldn't be taken away to be rinsed out, so I sat there like all I could smell was like fresh vomit for several hours.
Yeah.
I kept throwing up every now and then. I think that was making me throw up more because it's all I could smell. It was
Mm-hmm.
horrible. I couldn't take Lancet without throwing up, but I couldn't take
Don't
anything.
you? I guess you were not able to go to the bathroom to empty it, or?
No, I couldn't. I was like stuck laying down on the sofa, just constantly throwing up
Yeah.
every now and then, and it was like someone else would have to like empty, wash it out, and give it back.
Mm-hmm.
And they'd have to like they'd have to time it right to make sure I was going a long period without being sick
Yeah.
before they could quickly even if I had a big gap between the next throwing up session, they got that thing emptied and cleaned as quick as possible for in case I was about to throw up again. After it's been cleaned. Like, that's the sort of thing where you speed clean like there's no fucking tomorrow. When you know someone is throwing up that often, you want to make sure they have a bucket.
Yeah.
Man, it wasn't fun. Like I barely had any sleep that day because it started at like 5:30 in the morning, and when I realised what day it was, I felt even worse because it was December the 1st, and that meant Jingle Jam. And when I was done throwing up and got my dad's attention and looked at what day it was on my phone, I was like, "Oh, no, this is not happening today." I was like, yes. And then I had to cancel everything, and I was like, stupid concussion, stupid headache, stupid seizure, stupid fix.
Mm-hmm.
I was not happy when I figured out what day it was and that I had to cancel Jingle Jam. I hated that so much.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you know.
Yep.
But in reflection though, because when this part of my head started to hurt again yesterday and today, it made me stop and think, okay, why is this hurting? And then I had to remember, oh, it's because I hit my head in that concussion. Then I stopped to think, when did I get that concussion? And I was like, surely that happened a year after the seizure started. And then I got thinking, wait, how long have I had these fucking seizures for? And I sat
Yeah.
and I think for a minute, I was like, I've been dealing with this shit for 3 years, and I still don't have help, medicine, or a diagnosis. And it's been 2 years since the concussion, and my head is still hurting. I don't know if it's recovered or just not recovered. And obviously, I think having seizures whilst recovering from a concussion probably doesn't help the concussion go away. because I'm bound to just bash my head on more shit, which is exactly what I have done throughout the past 2 years. I definitely have banged it. Probably during the recovery, so I don't think it's fully recovered maybe. I think it's recovered to the point where the only thing that bothers me is just the come and go pain that I get in that head. Because at least I don't get dizzy, lightheaded, disoriented, I don't lose balance, I'm not throwing up. At least I'm not feeling all those other symptoms. But the thing is that they asked me like questions of, do you have this symptom, do you have this symptom, do you have that symptom? And for the majority of them I was like, no. But they still diagnosed me with a concussion because they scanned to figure out, yeah, you definitely have it. And it wasn't until a week later that all the symptoms kicked in and I started throwing up and feeling all the symptoms they asked me about, and I was like, well...
Yeah, you can get like delayed reaction from concussion as well.
Yeah.
Give me a minute, nurse. Like, give me a week and I might stop throwing up. Like, it took me several weeks to realise there's something wrong with my head. Give me a couple of more weeks to like catch up with the symptoms. The thing is though, I don't know why it was a delayed reaction. Was it a delayed reaction because I consciously didn't know there was something wrong? And I was just convinced I was fine, so I just didn't feel them? Or, like, I don't know. It's interesting to think about, because I don't know what causes it to be so delayed. Because you'd think, the majority of the time, if you hit your head hard enough and feel that much pain, you'd feel all the symptoms and be thrown up as soon as.
Damage can take a lot of time to happen.
Yeah. And sometimes it's only as it starts like healing that you get the actual symptoms.
And the thing is, that spot, it wasn't a concussion from hitting it once on a hard surface. I hit it 3 times on a hard surface in the exact same spot. To get the exact same spot on a hard surface 3 times is a lot. And because there was 2 seizures I had back to back one day, and so I'd hit that spot on a hard laminate floor. And I think it was a couple of days to a week later where I was stood up in the living room and I could feel a fit coming on, and I started to get all off balance and everything. Next minute I know I was collapsing / falling over, and I was going to the sofa, like I was collapsing on it. The armrest on the sofa isn't padded. Like, if you're gonna bang your head on it full force, there is no padding to protect your head. There's just enough padding to rest your arm on it, because it's an armrest. But when my head hit that armrest, I may as well just hit a bare metal frame rather than an armrest. Because that was the inside frame of the sofa, a metal frame, and that's what I bashed my head on for the final bit. And that was whilst I was seizing, and that was a couple of days to a week after the first 2 hits. So there was a bit of a gap between the second hit and the third hit, but the same spot on hard surfaces 3 times. It ain't just your average concussion of, oh, I hit my head once and now I have a concussion. No, I properly banged my head hard. But yeah, it's been feeling like the way it feels at the moment is like a dull pressure, but it mostly just, it makes the tip of my left ear feel like red and sore, like in a sensitive way. So it's hard to figure out what actually hurts and if that part of my head is hurting or if it's just my ear hurting. Because the funny thing about pain in certain parts of your body is it can center in a specific place, but that doesn't mean the center is where you're going to feel the pain. The pain can travel through nerves and manifest in different locations because the pain's just traveling through your nerves. And if there's more nerves in a different area close to where you've hit, the pain's going to center there where the nerves can feel it rather than where you've hit your head. And so it's just confusing to figure out whereabouts is the pain coming from, what hurts the most, and like, is this a different pain or is this a pain from where I bashed my head in 2 years ago? I don't know. And it's just confusing me, to be honest. Because where I hit my head, like, I can't. Like, I've got hair on my head, so, like, if I'm gonna try and. Like, you can't apply anything topical to ease that pain, because you're just gonna be smothering your hair in it rather than applying it to the place that hurts. So when I try to use Tiger Balm to ease the pain, I can't apply it properly. I can just apply it to the surrounding areas that hurt to reduce the spread of the pain. And that might help focus the pain to where it's actually coming from, but it doesn't get rid of the pain. Especially because I don't have painkiller, and I don't know if I should get some painkiller or not, because it makes me feel nauseous, like I'm gonna throw up when I take painkiller. And I don't think I should have that reaction when I'm taking painkiller. Like, I don't think medicine is supposed to make me feel sick. I think it's supposed to get rid of
I
my
mean,
pain
like
and
some
make me feel
painkillers like can because they're like quite harsh on your stomach.
If it's
So
a pain
like,
I've been having for decades, on and off, like when I needed it. Like, it's a known painkiller that I know doesn't and shouldn't make me feel sick, but now I just get nauseous when I take it. It's making me think I don't know what I'm supposed to do, because I've been so reliant. This has always gotten rid of pain and headaches when when the pain's been severe enough that I need a painkiller. That's when I'd buy it and take it. But now, sometimes when I'm taking it, I feel sick and nauseous.
yeah, I mean, I get that. What do you usually take? Do you usually take ibuprofen?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well,
I actually had
eating
the
it.
exact same problem. I used to take it all the time for like headaches and stuff. Now I take it and within 10 minutes I'm throwing up because my stomach cannot handle it anymore.
I don't know if they've changed something about the recipe or what. I don't know, but
It's probably just like it's generally one that you're not supposed to have on an empty stomach. Like, and if you have any like stomach problems, you're not supposed to take it because it is very harsh, like on the stomach lining and everything. So generally, it's suggested that you use paracetamol instead.
Yeah.
and then that makes me feel the same way ibuprofen does.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's still like a painkiller, but paracetamol is the gentler one. But yeah, obviously anything can cause that reaction. I don't know whether it would be worth like asking like a doctor or pharmacist if there's any other options
I
that
don't
you could
like
take.
doctors.
That's why I said pharmacist as well.
I don't like going to my GP, and there's 2 reasons why. The website is shit and they won't let me book over the phone, and I can't be arsed going down in person to tell them that, because the next time I need them, I'll have the same problem.
Yeah, my GP's is also pretty terrible. They make you like answer tons of questions to the receptionist about exactly what you want to talk to the doctor about before they even consider giving you an appointment. They're like, okay, tell us all of what you want to tell the doctor. Okay, we'll pass it on to the doctor and they'll see if you need an appointment. Like, I'm calling because I need an appointment.
Yeah.
I have a list of things I need to talk to a doctor about. One is, I want some freaking testosterone and start the treatment. The other is, my knee still fucking hurt from October when, like, I got them trapped under a workbench whilst I was seizing. Like, my knee still hurt. Like, this, I want some help with that. I want to talk to him and figure out what the hell I can do to, like, it's been months and I've not gotten better. Not like I could bloody see him when it happened anyway, because I couldn't book a bloody appointment because they were useless. My head is, like, hurting. I want to talk to him about that. To give me a bloody diagnosis for all my seizures. Get me a therapist like you promised, but didn't actually give me. Help me fix my weight. I've got a list of fucking issues. that I need them to help me with that I can't fix on my own. And I can't book an appointment to get them to help me. And the only way I can do it is if I go down and explain to them the constant technical difficulties I have every time I need to book an appointment. But the thing is, if I go down in person and tell them I have all these issues I want their help with, I won't be able to switch GP. And I haven't switched GP because I need to find a decent one that'll actually see me and let me book
Yeah.
appointments. And I don't know, I don't trust that, I don't know what's a good GP or not, and every time I need one, I forget that, oh, I should just switch and then do it, and as soon as that thought enters my head, I don't bother trying to get an appointment, because I'm convinced I'll switch and then do it, and my attention span just goes through that cycle, and I just never get it done, because I need assistance. I used to have like a social person that worked with me before the pandemic. If I had someone like that helping me out again, I could. They'd be able to help me with all the things that I struggled with and help me with all the things that I couldn't understand, because when I would talk to them and have meetings and say I need help with this, but I don't know where to look, what to search, or how to find it all. Because it's very easy to just tell me, oh, go Google this or go Google that, but if I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to Google or what site I'm supposed to trust, how the fuck am I supposed to find it? Like, you know, like if I just draw up a blank having no idea what it is I'm supposed to be, what resources I'm supposed to be looking for and trusting, then I can't go Google it on my own. Like, I need the assistance to know, oh, this is trustworthy, that isn't trustworthy. Like, I need that sort of help. Because when you're dealing with certain issues and you're trying to look for help online, just generally you want to be safe online and make sure what you're using is trustworthy, but you want to treat it delicately when you're getting help online, because issues are fragile. But I don't see myself as fragile, but if you don't handle issues with care, it can get worse. And but this worker person I had, they were really helpful because they were showing me places I could go. They were helping me find and enroll onto courses that were helping me with skills and helping me understand things, and helping me with my autism. And it was really great. And I even discovered a place where if I had, like, I didn't have the confidence at the time to try this out, but they were showing me assisted living places to get me to look at it and see and think, is this a step I'm ready for? If I'm not ready for it, that was completely fine, but at least I took the step to go down, have a look, and consider it. Like, at least I got to that point where I could consider maybe I could do that. And I'm now at the point where even if I did try to, like, put myself in assisted living, I would immediately lose all my confidence in attempting to do that, because my anxiety would rise and I'd get scared of doing something completely new, because it's a big change and autism and change don't go well. So it would take a lot of effort to get me to move from where I am to somewhere else. That would be like a massive step to make me do that. But I think if I did that and got myself in my own independent place and had help figuring out how to budget and manage finances better, I could do my own bills and rent and everything, and do my own shopping and not go broke all the time, because I would have help.
Mm-hmm. I
And
think you
then,
should just do it.
but then I just have my own space to do what I want with.
Mm-hmm. I think you should go to
I feel like it'd be less
assisted
stress
living.
if I did
Like,
do
I
that.
might have had terrible experiences with it, but like, I do know that, like, it is really useful.
I don't think if I did that, I'd have a fridge and freezer where I could fit food in it for myself without wrestling the space of
Mm-hmm.
like everyone. Like we've got 2 freezers and 1 fridge, and it is so full up of other people's stuff that the past month or two, when I tried to do food shopping, I can't fit everything in the fridge or the freezer. So I'm starting to like I get more frozen stuff than fridge stuff because there's more times than not more freezer space than fridge space. And if the freezer space is just as low as the fridge space, then I'll get cupboard stuff like things in tins and shit. And none of that's a healthy diet. None of it's 100% a healthy diet because I'm restricting myself with what to get, not just on the cost, but because I've got nowhere to fucking put any of it.
Mm-hmm.
If I had my own home kitchen, I'd have somewhere to put shit, and I'd be able to, you know, with an
Depending
assistant
on
person, I could start
the
learning to cook
assistant
and
living
work.
place, right?
Yeah,
Don't think you get to. You need to get really lucky in a really good place where you want everything to be separate.
like, even if
If you're
everything,
lucky, you'll have your own bathroom most of the time. From
even if
what
everything
I've
isn't
seen.
separate, like say, like I was shown a space where it had it like a kitchen, like I think it was like half kitchen, half living room or something, and dining room merged into one. It's just a big section of room, and then there's like a bedroom and then a bathroom,
Mm-hmm.
and that was just like one apartment. A
You mean
place
the
like that
studio?
was great, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They described it as an apartment to me at the time, but it was and it was a nice like spacious place, and like if I had somewhere like that, obviously it won't be easy to come by such a nice find, but
Mm-hmm.
if I got something similar or close to that, where sure if I have to share some fridge or freezer space somewhere else, but was still able to somewhat have the majority of my own stuff in my own apartment or whatever, like I wouldn't be struggling to
Yeah.
store food. I could buy more healthy stuff and store it in fridge and whatever. And it'd be easier to keep my own place clean because it would be one person's mess versus 6 persons' mess. The place would be a lot quieter because it'd be only me living there,
Yeah.
and I'd be able to get a pet because
Why
it'd be my
didn't
place,
you
not my
take
dad's
that?
place.
Why didn't you take it at the time? That sounds like
Because
a really good place.
like at the time, I wasn't ready to live independently because I didn't have the skills to or the confidence.
But that's what they are for. They're
I know
there to
it's so
help you
cool,
with
but like
exactly that part.
if I was too scared and didn't feel ready to make the move and accept the place and take the step, then I wasn't ready for it.
Yeah,
Like
but that
between
also
now and
means
then, my
you'll never move with
thing
that.
is,
Yeah. I did
at the
it.
time,
I didn't want to do it, but it worked out.
this was before the pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
so my
Same.
confidence then was a lot lower. Once the pandemic hit and everyone went into lockdown, as soon as I started talking in Discord and doing streams, my confidence rose after the country and the whole world went to shit.
Mm-hmm. I think you should just like
And
look
now,
into it again
my confidence
because it's probably just so
is
much
in a
better for
better
you
place.
not having to
Like
deal with family constantly, etc.
I'm now in the mindset of like more often than not, my brain just keeps drifting off of thinking, oh, maybe this is what I want and what I need, because I get pushed to the limit where I'm so stressed I just get fed up with being here.
Mm-hmm.
Want to like go somewhere quiet, and then I'll think about my mum's place, and it's like, well, my mum's is my mum's, and I can't just keep using it as a place to escape and hide.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I want
Exactly.
that
Like
sort
the
of peaceful
fact you
environment
already
24/7, I
have
need
to
my own
use a
place.
separate family's home as a safe space says
Yeah,
enough that you need to move out, pretty much.
yeah. It's
That's
got the
literally the big red flag that's telling me you should just
literally,
do it.
it's gotten to the
Like, even
point
if it's
where
scary, like, everything's scary the first time. Trust me. Like, I know.
It'll be scary the first time I do it, but like living here in this house, it's taken me forever to get anything done because I lack the motivation, or I'm not feeling well. I need to recover from sick, or I have to drop everything to go deal with everyone else's problems. And if it's
Yeah.
puppy sitting, I don't 100% mind because I get to cuddle with the puppy. I don't mind dropping stuff to babysit the puppy.
Mm-hmm.
But I've gotten to the point where I can't be arsed keeping on top of the rubbish I make in my room, so I have a mountain of rubbish. Occasionally, I'll get a bin bag and clean it up because that's how bad my mental state
I mean, that's
is.
just anyone's household, to be honest. So
Yeah.
don't worry about that one.
I've
But, like,
given up
you
trying
just
to
give
stay on
off-
top of my laundry.
You
I've
just
given up-
tell us like every sign that you do need to take that deal.
Yeah.
You should really look into it again. I
Yeah.
guess since
Well,
you haven't
I've given
been
up
doing that. Like,
the minute I get started on doing my laundry, someone is going to ask me to stop because they need to use the washing machine. And instead of using it whilst it's empty, they will ask to use it when I'm trying to play catch up on months, if not years, worth of laundry I need to wash. So
I mean,
I'm never going to
at
get
that point,
caught
you
in
just
my
say
clothes.
no and you just do your laundry.
And it drives me nuts that I'm managed that I need to take care of all this mess, but no one bloody lets me because as soon as I get started, everyone's asking me to stop. And the only
Yeah, but you should just not stop in that case. That's
Yeah.
what I did.
there's going to be a time where
Like, yeah, you might
I'm
piss off your
currently not
family,
using the
but
washing machine,
you
so
have
if
stuff
everyone
as
else wants
well.
to use it, they can use it, but they won't. They'll only want to use it when I'm using it.
Exactly. So you should just do it so they realize like, oh,
And when
I
it
should
comes
do it
to my
when someone
dishes,
else isn't using it.
I've given up doing my dishes because the sink and draining board is never empty enough for me to do my dishes. I've got stuff that's now mouldy and needs to be bleached and soaked. I can't be fucking arsed anymore because I can't use the sink. And I'm sick of repeating myself like a broken record.
You know what
And
you
then
do at
everyone
that
else will-
point? If they don't empty it, you just take it out and put it in front of their door. That's what my brother told me that he did at his girlfriend's fucking
People complain,
student
"Oh,
house.
can't find this," or "Oh, I can't soak this in the sink," or whatever. Like my dad will have this hot pot thing he makes broths in. When he's finished with it and it needs like soaking and washing and stuff, the sink will be full of stuff and the draining board will be full of stuff, and he'll just complain and whine that he can't soak and wash it. He's a grown man. He can empty the fucking draining board and he can wash what's in the fucking sink, and then he can soak his broth pot. It ain't rocket science. But he will just spitefully refuse because if the mess in the sink isn't his, he won't wash it. Just because he didn't make the mess.
I mean,
It's like,
that's
I wonder
fair.
where the
there's only one
autism came
kitchen in the
from.
house, and everyone
Like,
needs
not wanting
use
to
the
wash
sink,
other
so-
people's dirty dishes is totally fair,
Mhm.
but also, like,
Agreed.
just move it out the way. Like, I would literally just pile it up somewhere else if I desperately needed to use the sink.
Exactly.
He'll
Like
complain about
like
and then
that's
just not
so
use the
hyper
thing he needs.
autistic from what I hear. Like the oh, there's dishes here. Like there's like 2 sinks in the sink. I can clean this up myself, but no, out of spite, I will not do it until someone else cleans their own mess. Yeah, it's very autistic.
I do have an example of that I've at work. Basically, people constantly have mugs they have drinks and stuff in, and they are constantly either just leaving them lying around the shop, or they will just put them in the sink and not wash them. And there's a few things like we have to wash as like part of our jobs that we need to like clean certain things that need washing in the sink. And when people have left tons of mugs in the sink, it gets in the way, especially with some of the very big items. And I've been told by the manager, oh, just why aren't you washing other people's mugs up? Because I literally have never used a single mug. Why should I have to wash up other people's mugs? When I have, like, if I was using the mugs, then totally fair. Like, I'll take my turn to wash them as long as everyone else washes theirs in turn. But I never use them. None of that mess is ever mine. So it's not fair for me to have to wash them up when I'm already washing, like, doing part of it that's my job. So I just, because we have like a big industrial sink that's like 2 sections that are massive, I just move it all over into one and use the other sink.
Yeah.
The only time I've washed people's mugs it was because they had already been washed and something got spilt on them on the draining board, so I rinsed them all off.
Yeah.
I was like, because that was when I went to put some more stuff on there, and I was like, oh, what's this stuff that's spilt on all of these? Oh no, like they're all dirty. I don't want someone thinking it's clean when they've got stuff spilt over them, so I quickly like cleared it off, rinsed them all, and I didn't thoroughly wash them all. Like I rinsed it and cleaned off the draining board so I could put my stuff on there and their stuff. That's the only time I've cleaned anyone's mugs.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. In my opinion.
Yeah.
I used to like, and sometimes I still can. Will scrub whatever's in the sink if I need an empty sink. But I'm slowly getting to the point where I just can't be arsed, because every time I empty the draining board and wash what's in there to deal with my stuff, it's immediately filled up again with other people's crap. And I'm sick of being the person in the house that has to wash everything, and I can't get on top of my own shit because I'm having to wash everyone else's shit. I've got a brand new cutlery set that I bought, and all of it is dirty and needs to be soaked and then washed before I can use it again. And I've used... I didn't use that set for long before now I can't bloody use it. Because I can't get to the sink, and I've got plates and bowls and cups and glasses, things I
Is
need
there,
space
is there a sink in the bathroom or something? Just use that one at that
Yeah.
point.
smaller than things.
I do that, and I live on my own. Can you imagine?
The thing is, when you live in a house with other people, if I use that bathroom sink to try and clean some of my stuff, if I made mess trying to clean up or something.
Well, the thing is, if you have to go to the low point where you use a sink, a bathroom sink, to clean the dishes, you are not gonna care whether you make a mess in there. That is not the point. The whole issue is the fact that you are, like, you have to go there to do the dishes. It's called sending a message.
So the low point I've gotten to is, for example, this Queen mug I bought recently. If I wanted another drink, the only thing I'm going to wash is not all the other shit I need to soak and wash. No, I'm just going to repeatedly rewash the exact same cup and keep reusing the exact same singular cup because it's the only cup I need at the moment. I can't be off washing everything else because I don't have the space in the kitchen to wash everything else. Like, I'm only washing a singular dish or a singular piece of cutlery as and when I need to actively use it. If I need a bowl, I will pick up a bowl, empty it, scrub it, whatever, no matter how long it takes me to get it clean, I will then get it clean and then use it. And then I'll just keep reusing it whenever I feel like I need a bowl. Instead of washing all the shit that I need to wash. Like, I can't be arsed doing my dishes properly at this point because it's stressing me out too much.
Yeah, I need to do my dishes way more often, honestly. Like, I'll just eat off the same plate for like 3 days sometimes until I'm like, let me grab a new one. And then they'll just lay in the sink for like a month or something, and then one day I'll have the energy to do it. But I live on my own, so I get to decide whether I want to do the dishes or not. I do know.
That's why having a dishwasher is great. You just load it up and you don't have to scrub everything.
My mum has a dishwasher.
I don't remember who, but I know someone who will literally eat off paper plates so they don't have to do the dishes. I don't remember who.
Yep, I've heard of various people doing that.
I mean, it's genius. I agree.
Here's the thing, because I'm so behind on my dishes, and it's such a pain in the ass for me to get an empty sink enough to like soak and scrub what I need to soak and scrub. Sometimes when I've bought a ready meal, whether it's fridge or frozen, I will cook the food in the tray, and then I'll just eat out of the tray. I won't even try and serve it up on a clean plate. I can't be honest.
I mean, that's fair. So I've sometimes eaten like ready meals out of the tray because I can't be bothered to empty it.
The only thing I'll have to clean afterwards.
Most ready meals are made to be like ate out of the tray.
Yeah. Some of the trays are like super flimsy though, and like when you heat them up, goes like super wobbly and then hard to carry and
Yeah.
everything. So it's easier just to empty them.
Hmm.
The ones I get, they stay pretty sturdy. But I eat out the tray sometimes just because it's so much easier. Because then all I have to do
Mhm.
is I bin the tray, wash the cutlery. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't have to like have a pain in the ass plate to wash.
Hmm.
Like, I can just put
Yeah.
put the cutlery to wash, bin the thing I ate out of. Ta-da!
I've been like one thing I've been thinking about for like ages now is like buying a tiny like camping sized dishwasher.
Yeah,
And
you
don't
can get
even need to
those.
like you don't even have to connect it to like any utilities as well. You just have to put water in it and it will do its thing.
I mean, it's not a bad idea if you
Like,
have trouble like remembering to do
yeah.
your dishes and
Well, it's
everything.
also I feel like it would do a lot better job on some things. Like, of course, you won't be able to put a pan in there, but then I don't have to like worry about the rest. I don't have to do like several washes to do all my dishes. And you could just do it. You turn it on and you walk away.
Yeah.
Let me check what are the price of what is the price of those again? I do not remember now.
I've looked at recently.
Mhm.
I've been watching someone on YouTube a lot, and this person, you go to animal shelters and they'll
Mhm.
sit with dogs and they'll just go at the dog's pace to try and get it to be less sad and scared and to get it open up more. And I watch what they do, and after watching like a crap ton of videos of what they've been doing, it's made me want to do the same thing. So I then went and Googled places close to me that I could try and get to, of like I could maybe go visit, see what the place is like, talk to a person, because I find
Mhm.
it easy to verbally say what I'm thinking to a person than trying to type in a bloody email.
Yeah.
Um, and
Don't we
I've been
all?
toying with that idea,
Mm.
and almost every place I've looked at, they're so bloody far away, and every time I look at directions on Google, it keeps suggesting, oh, if you drive here, it'll take this many minutes, and I look at public transport, and it's like, it'll take you this many hours. I'm like, fuck that.
Mm.
It's going to take way too long to like travel there, because I have a feeling sure volunteering is they'll take the time you give, but at the same time, if a majority of the time you want to give is being taken up by how long it's going to take you to get there because of how far it is, I'm not going to be able to give
Mhm.
a lot of time before they close and shut.
Yeah.
Especially
Mm.
with my bus pass being locked to only working until after 9:30, which means I can't set off any earlier.
Yeah.
Sometimes
So,
places will cover travel costs. So if you do need to like set off earlier, they'll cover the cost of the travel if you're volunteering.
and if I don't currently have the funds to pay transport to get anywhere in the first place,
Mhm.
like even if they were willing to cover the cost, I don't have the cost for them to cover in the first place. So it's either not knowing what anyone's bloody schedule is because no one communicates it, despite me telling them when I'm in and out of the house all the bloody time. Like I'll let them know if I'm around or available, but I never know what everyone else is up to, whether my dad's gonna bugger off or not. Like I never know what their plans are, and when I ask them, the shitty non-answers I get don't help me figure out of can I
Yeah.
reliably help me get somewhere, because I need the help to get somewhere. It makes me less reluctant to ask, but if getting by car to some places is quicker, I'm gonna need to have their help dropping me off, because when I was going to these courses, no matter how long the sessions or lessons or were or whatever, I'd ask Dad, drop off this time, pick up this time, and it was easy to manage and stuff. But now instead of it just being the two of us in the house where it's easy to discuss and arrange that shit, now that the kids are here, he's constantly hiding away, so I never know what he's up to because he wants peace and quiet away from the kids. So I
Yeah.
never know if he's in the house, in his shed, in his room, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't always rely on my mum to help transport me around places either because I know she's working, and then when she's done with that, she just wants to rest.
Yeah.
I remember my sister had a parcel coming, and she ordered it, expected it to arrive on the weekend or some, like, when she'd be there for the weekend and stuff. And instead, it was arriving the day after she bought it.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't know that until they had told them, oh, it's going to come this day. And she's like, oh, bugger, no one's going to be there to accept it. So then she was like,
Uh-oh.
asking me if I could go around and sit for it, and that meant I had to leave the night before so I could stay there and wait for it because she didn't know what the window was, so I had to stay the night until she knew what the delivery window would be. And that
Yeah.
meant asking my mum to pick me up because that night I couldn't find Dad. I didn't know if he was in or out the house. It took me a minute to notice his bike helmet wasn't hung up, so I was like, alright, he's out. And then I was going to ask my brother, but when I saw him with a big plate of food, I thought, right, I'll let you have your food. I'm not going to pester you for this. So then my mum, who was tired and in bed, then had to get out of bed and then come pick me up. But I let her sit and rest a while because she's like, right, give me a bit to rest and then I'll come get you. And when she picked me up, she was like, I'm not happy that I picked you up. And when she was saying it, she's like, it's not you I'm unhappy with, it's your sister I'm unhappy with. She just expects everyone to drop everything. That was my mum's
Mm-hmm.
comment. Like, she expects everyone to drop everything to wait for parcels. And it's like, you could send her parcels there or whatever. And I was like, well,
Yeah.
yeah. She could send her parcels to where I'm living currently because I very rarely leave the house, meaning I'm always going to be in to accept a parcel. I might not always be awake, but I'm always in the house.
Yeah.
And she never sends the parcel to me or to a safe locker, and it does my mum's head in, and then I have to drop everything to wait for a stupid parcel. And it's like one of those things like, but when my mum's that tired and she's worked a long shift, she doesn't want to be picking people up and taking them places. She wants to rest.
Yeah.
So I don't want to always ask her for help sometimes. And thing is, even though I've slightly gotten better at asking for help, when I realise what sort of mood people are in or whether or not people are going to be available, I do regress back into the more instinctive state of I'm not going to ask for help even if I really, 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 really need it. Because that's just what I'm used to. It's not good when I do that. But I'm starting to think, like, if I explain to my mum I want to go to these places on the weekend, then maybe I could get her help on the weekend if she could manage it. Like, I could offer it up as an idea, like, not expecting help, but just like discuss the idea of like maybe this, maybe not. But
Mm-hmm.
other than that, the most available person to help me get to places would be my dad, if that's quicker than public transport. Because if I go to one of these animal shelters and start volunteering, that is going to give me what's that? What's the name for that happy brain chemical that gets you doped up and happy? Because that, if I go to an animal shelter and I spend the whole day just helping animals, that is gonna like get me so doped up high on that emotion that I'm not gonna feel depressed the entire time I'm there. And that's what I
Yeah.
need. Because there's no better happy drug than real life happiness your brain creates. The best
Yeah.
happy drug is the chemical your brain makes. Like, no artificial happy chemical is gonna make you happy.
What do you mean cocaine isn't good for you? Oh.
But if I'm surrounded by animals, like I found shelters that are specific for German shepherds. I found one that was specific for greyhounds. I found one specific for hedgehogs. Then there's one that was specific for woodland farm animals, and then I found one that's a field full of horses. And as I was looking at these places and looking at all the photos, I was like, oh my god, I'm falling in love with all these animals, I want them all. And I was like, this isn't helping me find anything to volunteer with. And then as I was looking at volunteer vacancies at all these, I went through about a dozen different charities looking for volunteer vacancies, and I'd like put in search in my area. And 90% of them were in places in England I'd never bloody heard of, and none of them were in my area. I was like,
Yeah.
I just want to volunteer. Why does it have to be so freaking far away? Why do I have to live in a shitty town that has no animal shelters? Like, it has places you can get pets from, but like no proper animal rescue places to volunteer at. They're mostly just far away from me. It's like, why? Why do they have to be 3 hours away, or 4 hours away, or like 30 miles away, or hundreds of miles away? And I mean, just look at all those lists, and I thought, right, since I can't volunteer at these places, I'll just nosy at what animals they had at these places, just because I was bored. Because once I 100% was like, I can't find anywhere to volunteer 100%, and out of all these dozens of places I looked at, there is no vacancy for what I'm looking for, because I was looking for something specific. Like, there is like charity shop places of, yeah, I could go to a charity shop and volunteer there, and the charity shop like funds the animal place and helps the animals. Like, sure, I could do that in retail, but I don't want to revisit that and go into retail. I want to volunteer with animals, not in retail. And because I restricted my option of I want to have this experience versus that, all the places where I could get that from were really far away, or we needed someone who could drive. It's like, I can't drive. And then it's like some of the volunteer vacancies at these places of, oh, someone who could foster this animal for a short while, or foster a puppy for a year, or something like that. And I was like, that will not be allowed at this house. And I just know with the way my nieces behave, it would be a pain in the ass for me to deal with the puppy, because I have to deal with them and get them to back off and leave it alone and let me handle it, because it's not for them. And they'll be like, want, and it's like, you can't have everything you want. It's not yours.
Yeah.
And having to deal with that will stress me out, and I don't want to be stressed when I'm trying to help a puppy that, you know, needs to be trained for something important. So as much as I want to do all these things, it's like, I'm not going to be able to. And then I thought, like, I wonder, and I started looking at, I wonder if I could maybe adopt one and just not give my dad a choice. Like it or not, I want this pet and it's going to help me feel better, and I will have the pet, look after the pet, and clean up my room, because that will make me happy enough to get shit done. Because like, nothing's putting me in a happy mood. I'm just getting more and more depressed, and the more depressed I get, the more of a garbage landfill dump my room is going to turn into. And the only time I feel extremely happy is when I'm chatting with you guys playing games, or when I'm playing with Charlie. That's the most happy I feel, is if I'm playing a game or I'm cuddling Charlie. And if I have a pet, I'm going to feel happier and have the motivation to do things. Because at my mum's, I stayed for a week to puppy sit, and I there wasn't a lot of chores to do, but I kept on top of him, kept things tidy, kept hoovering up, kept the dishwasher sorted, kept the kitchen and living room as tidy as I could, and the amount of like responsibility I had over chores in the house, something I hate doing, that I used to be scared of doing, but now it's less scared and more I'm just uncomfortable doing it, is taking the garbage out to the outside bin. And the reason why I used to be terrified of doing it is because if the bins got covered in enough web, then I knew there were going to be spiders on it. If the spiders on it, I wouldn't go near it. And I wouldn't like to touch the web either, because I know that would signal the spider, oh, something's touched this bit. And then it would come out of its hiding spot or whatever. and that would make me terrified of going near the bin because I didn't want to go near the spider because that was the main thing I didn't want to go near. And because I associated that with the bin, I now don't want to go near the bins because my fear was like living on the bin, so I associated bin with phobia. But when I was at my mum's that week, even if her bins had web on them and stuff, if I couldn't see any sign of a spider and it was just empty lone web, I would push myself past my comfort. I'd be extremely anxious, freaking out, but I'd lift the lid up and as fast as possible, throw that bag in there, slam the lid and bugger off as fast as possible.
I mean, that's basically what you're
But-
supposed to do anyway.
And I know I was able to like get over my little hurdle of this is something I don't like doing and can't do, and I managed to push past it and just get it over and done with. And I threw 2 bin bags of rubbish away. Kept
Nice.
the entire house clean for a week, and then when my mum came back, the place was spotless and whatnot. She was impressed and proud of what I do because she just knew that that's not my strong suit. I'm not the tidiest person in the family just because when I get depressed I can't keep on top of it. But the fact that I was able to, like, I am capable and I can do it, and I managed it for a week in an empty, peaceful, quiet house with a puppy. The main reason I was there was for the puppy, and because I was so happy being with the puppy, I got everything done. I even chased the puppy with the Hoover because it was scared of the Hoover, and that was funny. Like, you're trying to come at me and I cover Hoover, and then you'd run away from it, and then you'd come back and then you'd run away. And then you'd try and get me to play with a toy, but I'd like put the Hoover near him and he'd run away and I'd pick at his toy and throw his toy. And it was funny, trying to play fetch with me. I was terrified of the Hoover whilst I'm trying to Hoover up, but it would come near me and get me to play fetch again. And it was just this funny mix of like, I'm a brave big boy, now I'm gonna run away. You're gonna play fetch with me, now I'm gonna run away. You're gonna play fetch with me, now I'm running away. It was just so funny. In the way he was just being playful on the stairs, like, okay, I need to Hoover that bit of stairs, Charlie. You need to sit there. Like, front paws firmly put on the ground, butt in the air, wagging his tail, and he'd be so happy and proud of himself, growling and chewing his toy, he would not move his butt. He was trying to get me to play. I was like, I'm hoovering, I'm not playing, I'm hoovering. He didn't care, he wanted to play. And it was fun.
That's a puppy.
And, you know, it didn't annoy me that dog was in the way. It just made cleaning up more fun. Because if he was trying to pester me whilst I was cleaning, it meant I could keep an eye on him whilst I was cleaning. And if all he wanted to do was play with a toy whilst I was cleaning, then I knew he wasn't gonna make a mess anywhere, bite somewhere else, do something he wasn't supposed to do. So I think letting them pester you whilst you're trying to clean makes it easier to keep them good and keep an eye on them. And it makes it more fun because you get to see their reaction. So I'm like half tempted to just get myself a pet regardless of my dad's rules. Because the thing is, I have this food and water bowl thing that I bought for Charlie, and before I got a chance to take it round and give it to him, he upgraded from the little bowls he had to the big pink bowls that we used to use for cocoa. And I was like, oh, I guess he isn't going to need these anymore. Now I'm just sat with these pet balls in my room with no use for them. But now after looking at all this volunteering stuff and watching all these videos, I'm like, well, if I get a pet, then I have a use for them. Like, that money didn't go to waste because then I have a pet that can eat and drink from them. And it's just 2 little metal balls and a non-slip mat. So the mat won't slip and slide around, the balls won't slip and slide around, and sure, a puppy or a dog might make a little bit of mess when they're eating and drinking, but it's not that hard to clean up. And if you get a non-slip thing to stop the mat and balls moving around, then they're going to make a little less mess. Like, the mess will still be there, but not as big as if they could knock everything over.
You do realize that if you want to adopt a puppy, you do need to buy its food as well.
I know.
You already have issues buying your own food.
Thing is, that's what I live very, very close to. a giant ass pet shop full of pet food and
Yes.
pets.
But then you realize how much pet food isn't cheap, right, Gina?
Thing is, if I get
No,
a
and
pet
especially if you
on
get like the
payday,
really high quality stuff, it can be quite expensive.
Yeah.
I will pay rent, and then I will like withdraw like a certain amount of cash, use that cash to buy all the pet stuff, and then I will adopt pet,
Huh.
and pet will be mine.
I just.
Well,
feel
Stevil,
like
I
it's a
do
little
agree that it would be
far-fetched
amazing for your mental health. I don't think it's a good idea for you to get a pet.
without permission.
No,
And no
it doesn't. That's not the thing. Is but pets come with a lot of additional costs that you're maybe not considering. Like,
I will have to look into it and save up. It won't be easy to like get hold of it. So I'll put funds aside. This money is to get pet stuff, and
it's not just about buying the stuff for the pet. It's okay. What if the pet has a medical emergency? Vet bills are very expensive. Like what happens then? Like, would you be able to afford something like that? Or like buying the food consistently and things like that? It's like, there's a lot more to it than I think you're realizing.
I know a lot goes into having a pet and an animal. It's not something I'm taking lightly. It's not something I'm going to do quick and impulsively as soon as I get paid at the end of the month. It's just something I'm going to look into and start.
It's just going to take, from what I can tell, years before you reach the point you can even think about it.
It's going to be
the issue.
Start preparing for, and if I can prepare and clean up a little and get myself ready to be like, yes, I can have this pet.
I think you're better off preparing to move out in a way, first of all.
Yeah.
I think that would be a lot wiser.
If I did the moving out before getting the pet, it'd be easy to get the pet because I could have whatever pet I wanted.
I just agree with Gina where it's like, you probably shouldn't.
I know financially it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. And I know a lot goes into it. I'm well aware of that, believe me. I've watched a ton of shit about animals in shelters and what they need and the amount of care they need. Like, if you adopt a dog from a place like that, they're not always going to be perfect and pristine health. They might have issues, whether mental or physical. I'm well aware of that. I know that. I am well aware and well informed about what I'm getting into. But when I was like, because when I was looking at the animals available at these places, I wasn't looking really attentive to adopt there and then. I was just looking at them to see what animals are in these places, what animals need all this help and care. Because looking at what was available to adopt allowed me to see, without going down, a rough idea of what animals are in this place that are currently being cared for. So if I went to volunteer, these are the animals I'm going to be helping to care for. And when I could see some, I was looking at some of them, and a majority of them can live with kids 10 years and older. There's a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old in the house, so most of the pets, like, even if I did want to adopt one, I couldn't, because they had age restrictions on what kids they could be around, or can't be around kids, or need adult-only no-pet house or whatever. The other way, rat in the living room.
Yeah, some of the restrictions for like adopting pets are a bit ridiculous. They usually only say that kind of stuff as a precaution.
I think most of these restrictions on some of these pets, after watching these videos, they're not as ridiculous as you think, because after watching some of the videos I've watched, depending on what that animal's been through and what it's comfortable with, what it can handle and its limits, that'll be why there's certain restrictions, because maybe it's not comfortable around this.
Yeah, and for some it absolutely makes sense, but a lot of the time they will also just add on the, oh, it can't be with any other pets, or can't be with like children, just as a precaution so that nothing does happen, because they don't know for certain whether it's okay or not.
I have watched videos from this animal puppy where some of the animals literally were not okay with one of the other animals.
Yeah, that is definitely the case, but like some of them,
Yeah.
they just don't know and they could be perfectly fine, they limit it anyway.
But like, some of the notes on some of the puppies, like, there are very little restrictions because the puppy is so young, it could be introduced and learn to be okay with all these things. But with it, the age of some of the animals, if they're this age and they're 100% not okay with these certain things and trying to introduce them into that environment, probably in the time frame you're giving them to adjust to the new home, things might not go well. And if you're going to adopt an animal from a shelter, if you know that animal isn't going to do well with the home situation you're going to bring it to, but you're adopting it anyway only to give it back, why adopt it in the first place? If you know it's been through the ringer before, why adopt it to just take it back? So if I was going to adopt, even if a puppy is a lot of work, it probably would be a lot easier to get a puppy that's easy to help and nurture and train and let it know I'm going to love it, and I'm going to love it for a very long time, because with how young it is, I will love it for as long as it lives. From start to finish, and it will never be alone no matter what. I can give it that support, because I'm always home to give it that support. I don't go out, so I'll give it all the attention it needs. I think if I did have a pet, I would probably cuddle it so much I'd forget to stream. I'll just be like, I'm gonna keep playing tug of war with you. And not notice it's 4 o'clock. Just too busy cuddling it. I think that's what would happen if I had a pet. I'd forget all this other important stuff I'm supposed to do.
I feel like that's also bad to keep the puppy up all day and night.
Keep it up all day and night. Like, I'd let it nap and sleep. So I do the same with Charlie. If he wants to nap or sleep, I let him. But,
Yeah.
When it's awake and active, when it wants to play, I will play. I will play and cuddle until it doesn't have the energy to, and I will. I know how to take care of it, because when I'm at my mum's and I'm taking care of Charlie, I'm learning all the things I have to do to take care of Charlie. So that's a learning experience. I have experience with pets. I know how to catch them. I know what to take in them. And I've dealt with pets smaller than Charlie and pets bigger than Charlie. I've had a variety of pets. We had a pet bird once. We've had fish. My brothers had a cat at some point and a rabbit. I had a guinea pig at one point. My sister had rats. My dad has a mouse. Currently, we had Coco. Now my mum's got Charlie. We've had a variety of pets throughout the years, and I know they have different needs and different requirements and everything, and it's responsibility no matter what. And it's just something that thinking about, if I start preparing myself to a point where I'm ready to have it, that's when I can try and look and maybe adopt and get something. Because I just think in the long run, regardless of my financial situation, in the long run, if having a pet helps my mental health, being in a better mental health will help my physical health. And
I think you shouldn't have a dog in that case. Out of everything.
I was looking, because I'm prone to having these fits unpredictably. I was more or less thinking of getting a dog that's trained to know when they're going to happen.
Oh, so you were thinking of maybe getting a medical alert dog?
I was thinking about because someone recommended it to me when I told them about the fits.
You can self-train, but you need to usually work with some kind of organization that like knows how to do that. And if you don't know exactly, like, some conditions simply cannot be, like a dog cannot notice, like, when it's going to happen because it is too sudden. It's only for conditions that is like there is a noticeable change that the dog can pick up before it happens. So it would definitely be worth looking into. I don't disagree with that. Look into that maybe. Because also then if you do it with an organisation, they would potentially be able to help with some of the costs. So that would be definitely a more better.
If I do try to get a medical alert dog, it would be hard for my dad to argue no, because it's meant to help me medically.
Yeah.
At the same time, like, if I go down to the place first, before going down and discuss with them that this is the condition I have and how badly it affects me, it will be like, can these dogs help me or can they not? Like, can they detect this or not? I'll be able to discuss with them. Like, if I do that sort of like discussion first before adopting one, it would help me find. And not only that, if they do think, like, if a match can be found, then that's good, because they'll be able to help me find that match rather than just picking out a dog.
Yeah, I mean, there are also certain breeds that are generally considered better at medical alert than others because they have more sensitive, like, smell and everything.
Once at these places that are being trained for this and not already trained, getting one that's probably already trained would be more preferable for me than just getting one and then waiting for a while for it to be trained.
So the thing is, you wouldn't be able to get one that's already trained. You would have to train it specifically for you. Because it would have to detect with you. It may have been able to, like, undergo some training prior, like general obedience training kind of things, but not the specific alert training. That would have to be done.
And it's being trained is what I think I meant to say, not already trained. One that's in the process of being trained, where it's learning the basics of what to look for, if it can then be adapted to what I have as it's being trained, then it can. And
I just do believe that those dogs are probably not easily accessible. They probably need, like, medical
I was looking at
like advice about it.
When I was
I mean, it depends. I don't obviously know specifically about, like, organizations, but it would be worth maybe reaching out to one of the organizations that maybe helps with training them and be like, I'd like explain your situation and you don't have an official medical diagnosis and that you think it would be beneficial.
I was looking this up, and as I was looking it up, the places that I found, mostly alert dogs for seizures, are mostly trained for epilepsy seizures. The problem is, I don't have epilepsy, I'm not diagnosed with epilepsy, and there is no diagnosis for what the seizures are that I have. Yes, when I'm having a fit, it looks like I'm seizing, like, a little bit. Like, it probably does look like I'm having a bit of a seizure, even if I'm awake during it. Just because I know
so a non-epileptic seizure.
Like, if I was, like, completely out of it whilst I had it, then they could diagnose me. Oh yeah, you're having seizures. But just because I'm completely aware of what's happening and I can remember it, they can't diagnose it as that because it doesn't fit the criteria.
I mean, there are loads of different types of seizures. They can't just say you're not having a seizure because you're conscious. Like, there are very much those kinds of seizures.
What the hospital tells me that they can't diagnose it.
Well, then they're lying. That's straight up a lie. Because there is literally so many different types of seizures.
I didn't have a fit in A&E, and I've been having this for 3 years now. Like, who cares how much time passes between each fit? It doesn't change the fact that for the past 3 years I have been having episodes. It doesn't matter how much time goes between each episode, I have them.
The time between can be used to help figure it out, but yeah, because certain
if it happens
conditions are
every
like
week, it's
more frequent than
obviously-
others. So
Yeah.
Because thing is, I can have a period where they happen frequently a lot, because during the first and second year, I'd have a day where I had about 15 of them back to back. Like, from nighttime past midnight onwards, I'd be having 15 of them back to back till it became the next day. And I remember one time in it was in September, and one of my uncles was on a holiday. We'd gone to a big shop to do some shopping, and on our way back, we were going to pop in his place and check on his pants like he asked me dad to. And I had 4 seizures that night, and this is how those seizures went and how they affected me. First seizure, we were on a frozen aisle. I was like stood up, trolley in front of me. To the right of me was the freezer, to left of me was my dad, and I'd be pinned between the trolley and the freezer, just keeping upright, trying to hold me still, trying to reduce the seizure and all flailing to stop me from hitting the deck. So I didn't hurt myself hitting the ground. And once that wore off, I could still stand and walk, but my legs felt sort of wobbly and weak and whatnot, so I just stuck clinging onto the trolley, using the trolley to keep me stood up, and I'd walk with the trolley and push the trolley around. And I became the trolley person because I couldn't keep myself upright without it. A few minutes or whatever go by, we're still on that same aisle, and I'm still trying to push the trolley a little bit, and I'm getting wobbly enough. And because the trolley's on wheels, if I lean forward a little because I'm getting wobbly and then I try and stand myself up again, the trolley is getting further and further away because I'm pushing it away by accident. And I'm so focused on the wobbly, I'm going to fall over feeling that I'm not thinking about bringing the trolley back to keep me upright. I'm like, oh wait, I'm all wobbly. And so eventually I just fell on the ground, had the second seizure, and I was like flailing about on the ground. I remember staff had turned the corner to just watch me drop and like have a fit. And I don't think he was expecting to see that so late at night when he was just doing stuff or whatever. He then, the staff member had ran to get a wheelchair and came back, and afterwards I couldn't move my legs as much. It was a lot difficult and hard, and I couldn't get myself to stand up to the chair. And because I was then in the wheelchair, my dad couldn't push the chair and the trolley at the same time. And it would have been difficult to push the chair with me pushing the trolley. That would have been too much to handle that late at night. So I got wheeled to wait at the checkout whilst my dad finished off doing the shopping. Whilst I'm sat in the wheelchair by the checkout, I have seizure number 3 to the point it gets harder to control the movement of my arms and fingers. I can move them a little bit, but I've got no proper grip or control. And I'm definitely not moving my legs to get out of the chair and walk about. So my dad is like, I'm going to pay for the shopping and dump it in the car, then I'll come back to you. And I was like, sure, because either way, whichever order it happens in, it has to get done. So I didn't care which was done first. Either way, I couldn't move. I was just stuck in a chair. So I just let him do it in the order he did, and then he had to wheel me out of the shop, lift me out of the chair, into the car, and seatbelt me in because I couldn't do it by myself. And then he returned the chair to me. So it was getting a lot later at night now. This was getting closer to being 10 and 11ish at night. We then get to my uncle's house. My dad goes in for about 10 minutes-ish to check and water the plants, and whilst he's in there doing that, I'm having fit number 4. And when fit number 4 is finished, by the time my dad comes back to the car, I can barely move or turn my head or talk much or move my eyes to look at things much because I can't really turn my head to look at stuff. I couldn't, from neck downwards, I could not move my entire body after seizure number 4. And it then got to the point of when we got to the house, I was like, I 100% cannot get myself out of the car. And he had to unbuckle me, carry me into the house, and put me down on the sofa, and then he carried on dealing with the shopping and stuff. And I just sat there, not really moving, head stuck in the flopped position because I couldn't keep my neck upright. And I was like that for about 2 hours until all of a sudden I could have movement back again. And that was a terrifying experience because, like from the first seizure to the last one, I went from being able to stand upright and move independently to by the end of it, I couldn't move, and I was scared because I didn't know if this was going to be a permanent thing or if this was going to lead to me having a different condition because we didn't know what was causing these fits. We didn't know if because we didn't know a lot at the time to understand it. So when I started to have moments of not being able to move and feeling paralyzed, we started to theorize hypothetically maybe these fits are just symptoms leading up to a condition where you're just not going to be able to move ever again. Maybe eventually that just might be the permanent end goal of what these seizures will do. And having that thought then, just theorizing and guessing, trying to figure out what's going on, like, why am I this paralyzed? It was terrifying. And then when it wore off after two hours, the amount of happy relief I felt at walking up the stairs and going to the bathroom by myself. The amount of relief I felt of like, oh my god, I'm not permanently paralyzed. I can move. I can do things independently again. Like the relief I felt was ridiculous. Like I was way too happy. I was like so happy that I could do something as simple as stand up and walk to a bathroom. Because I had that like terrifying moment of not knowing how bad that paralyzed feeling was going to be. Was it going to be permanent? Or I didn't know it was going to fade and go away. I didn't know I was going to get movement back. I suddenly went from being able to move to, after 4 fits, I can't move. It was terrifying. And the shopping trip was only about like an hour or two, and then I was like sat down for about 2 hours till it wore off. So until it wore off for about 4 hours, I just progressively got paralyzed just from having full seizure fits spread out by a few minutes. At minimum. And that was just one time, one trip to a shop. And that was in September. I think it was the 20th, maybe. I don't rightly know what number date it was, but I know it was, I know the month was September. And then there's a whole different time where, like I said, I'd had 15 back-to-back one time, and then there was a time where I had collapsed on the way home from trying to do some shopping. So I was like, I'd done the shopping, and on the way back, I just dropped down to the pavement and started having the fit. So then a bunch of strangers had came around and tried to get my dad, and they'd called an ambulance, and I think police had pulled over as well until the ambulance had got there. And I got loaded in, couldn't stop seizing, got to A&E, still on and off having fits. Ended up having to stay the night, and even after having, like, I'd say 1 or 2 doctors and about 4 or 5 nurses all crowded into the same room watching me have a fit at 1:30 in the morning, and I was aware, awake, and alert enough to hear them talking, and they had no idea what was going on. They were watching it, and they was like, I don't know what this is. I don't. But they're like, when we talk, they're looking at us, but they're still seizing, and they were so confused because I don't think they'd ever seen a person have go through that, but stay completely awake, cognitive alert, and being able to look and respond to things being said to them whilst having a fit. I don't think they've ever encountered that before until they watched me go through it. And when you've got that many doctors and nurses just looking at you, actively saying, I don't know, isn't comforting. It's not reassuring. And it just lets you think you're probably not going to get help because they don't know what to do to help. And there's just so many different moments where they've just happened differently. Like, I could have very short ones that don't do much. There's the ones I had that gave me the concussion. I've had varying different. They're just so different in severity and violence and what my body does, and how, like, do they exhaust and hurt me so much I just can't move? Are they so violent that I get a concussion, or be so frequent that I can't get a 5-second break in between 15 of them? They're just so unpredictable. And then I could have months and not have one, and then all of a sudden it's back to that state again, where they're just as bad or not as bad. It's incredibly unpredictable. And so when I'm asked these questions by doctors and nurses, whenever I talk to them, I can give them answers the best I can, completely honestly, but with those answers, like, if I worked off a script and gave them the answers they needed to say, yes, you're having a seizure, they'll diagnose me that, and then maybe they'll give me medicine, and maybe that medicine will do more harm than good because I've just told them what they needed to hear just so I get a diagnosis rather than the truth. And because I'm telling the truth, it's harder to pinpoint what's happening because it's like that's literally, this is it, this is what's happening. But then at the same time, I get told this sort of advice of, oh, make a log and take notes of this and take notes of that. And I'm in no, like, it's hard to take notes of something that's happening to you. Because after the fact, you're not capable of taking notes, and knowing what my memory is like, I'm not capable of remembering this enough to take notes later when I can do. I don't have the attention span. Like, even though it's something I need to get done, I won't be able to focus and concentrate on it. I'll get distracted and forget. I need another person. I need a third party to be the person that takes notes. That can observe and help me rest and help me recover, help me sit back up, stand back up, move somewhere comfortable. Like, say if I'm trying to make food and drink and in the middle of that I'll just drop and have a seizure, I'll need help getting that sorted and getting food and drink into me when I'm not physically capable of doing it in that moment. I'm not getting that sort of support at home. I'm not being checked on and asked if I'm having fits and seizures. Everyone in the house knows damn well where I go when I'm having them and where I sleep. And everyone just, like, autopilot defaults. If I'm in that back room, I must be asleep. No one checks on me to see if I might be having a fit. No one asks me how well I'm doing. Nobody does that. So I'm not being given the support I need with these fits when they do happen. Like, even if I tell people, oh, they're happening again, it's like I've spoken in one ear and out the other. And I don't think you understand how exhausting it is to go through fits and how much it hurts the body. And I'm just demanding and expected to just get this done and get that done. But if my body isn't physically feeling capable of doing the things I'm being demanded to do, then I'm not going to do them, no matter how much I'm nagged, because I've just gone through something I need to recover from. And it's I've accepted that they happen. It's like 3 years that I have to that these have been happening, it's probably going to be another 3 years that they happen for. Most likely, if I've had them this long and they're not going away, they're probably going to be around for a while. So, I honestly think, in hindsight, with the lack of support that I get with these seizures, that's another reason that I need to move out and have assisted living. Because I feel like with assisted living, telling them that I'm prone to have these fits, that no matter how much of a gap can go between them, that I need consistent checking on.
I mean, they are, I believe, well, I guess it depends. They are legally like required to check in on you at least twice a day, I believe. In the morning and in the evening.
Yeah, I
When
suppose
they
it probably
change sort of shift.
depends.
Yeah, it depends on like what kind of living place it is.
I think some that I probably need is like my grandma has one reason, like she's slowly getting more and more blind. I don't know if she's 100% blind now or still just slowly on her way there. But if she falls over, there's a thing she wears around her neck and she can press it and it'll send an alert somewhere to be like let someone know that she's fallen over and she needs help.
Oh yeah, medical
So
alert
someone can go around
thing.
and help her.
Yeah.
I feel like I could do with one of those when I just collapsed off and had a fit. I can press it and someone could come and help me. And especially if they're non-stop and I'm banging my head and I'm hurting myself, like
Hey,
I don't
come on.
want another concussion. And I don't want to like damage my knees or hurt myself any more than I already have. But I feel like if I had something like that, something that was attached to me and I could press it, I feel like that I could do with that to help me when I had these fits, because otherwise I can't call out for help when they're happening. Because I can't control the muscle to speak and call for help. Like I'm thinking it in my head, I can say the words in my head, I'm alert and aware of like I need help, can someone come help me, but I can't get the words to come out of my mouth. Because as far as I'm concerned, I am saying them, I can't say them out loud. So if I had a way of alerting someone, then maybe someone would notice that something ain't right.
There's probably you can probably buy something like that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've had a variety of different reactions from fits and everything, and like 99% of them I've been awake and alert. Only once have I gone completely passed out unconscious, had the fit, had the episodes, had multiple or whatever, and I woke up and people were looking at me and I was like, what are you looking at? Why are you this close? What the fuck is happening? Like I was so confused when I came to. I was like, what the fuck? Like what time is it? And then I looked at the time, I was like, what the fuck? It wasn't that time last I checked. I was like, I'm having that sort of like reaction of like, I don't know what's going on. And it took someone telling me that I had completely unconscious passed out to realise that, oh fuck. That's what the hospital will call an actual seizure. And it only happened once where I was completely unconscious and had no recollection, and it scared the shit out of me. As much as I hate the ones that I have now, I like the fact that I know what's going on, how long it lasts, and how bad it's going to be. Because at least then when it's over and done with, I know what just happened to me. And I don't have to be so panicky because I'm aware, like I know, I could feel it and I knew. But it just suddenly happening and not knowing and then waking up after the fact was so terrifying. Because in that gap of time that I can't remember, anything can happen to you in that blanked out gap of memory you just don't have because you're unconscious. And the thought of like having that gap, knowing that yes you seized because that's what everyone's told you, but what else happened? I don't know because I can't remember because I wasn't conscious. And it is terrifying after the fact to realize you're unconscious. Because I ended up sitting back in my chair and I was given like a sugary treat from my brother. He's like, "Id, snack and eat this. It'll make you feel better." I felt so traumatized by being told I was unconscious that I could barely lift a finger to like pick up the treat and eat it. I was just like almost staring off into space trying to process the fact that I went unconscious. Like I was absolutely terrified. I was so I couldn't process what was happening, and I was so baffled by that I couldn't even eat. Like it took me a minute before I like very shakily picked up the thing. Like my arm and hand was still very shaky, and it took a lot of effort to like hold it just right, hold it in the palm, very awkwardly, and try and awkwardly bite it because I had to hold it in an awkward way because with how shaky my hand and arm was, if I held it properly like I normally would, I would have dropped it. So I had to like carefully hold it in my palm and like grip it tightly, but try not to crush and squeeze it, but like hold it as tight as I could, and then just awkwardly take a bite out of it without smashing it against my face. Like it was really awkward to like eat the treat. But once I started nibbling at the treats and stuff, it started to like getting stuff into my system did start to help. So like it does help to have food and drink after the fact. But I don't always have the strength and the capability to get food and drink after the fact. And like even if I tried asking for help with that, I don't get it. Because I just don't get it. I'm just not given help and support I need. And when I have these self-aware moments, like partially from having mental breakdowns for just feeling so shitty, but also when I'm just reflecting on this is what I need to make my life better. When I'm having those two different moments of reflection, it's when I can highlight there's a lot of flags. I need to do something. I need to make things better. And clearly living where I am isn't making things better, so I think I'm definitely going to look into moving out. Tell my mum it's what I want and find somewhere in assisted living.
Yeah.
That or try and get a social person to help me, talk with them. That I need help with this sort of stuff and help with this, like a lot of things I need help with. Because it's clear that even when I ask certain people, it's not happening. So I need to put my foot down and do something to get things in motion. All the stress I get from living where I am, like, I like the fact that I live with my family. I do like it. And I do like that I get to have nice conversations and chats with people. But when it's just more often than not dissolving into just conversations, occasional arguments, or just days where I'm feeling miserable, and I'm just very well aware that the people I'm living with aren't going to help me when I need the help. Because everyone in the house, no one's helping each other because everyone's focused on their own shit. Because everyone has so much shit on their plate, no one can help each other. So I'm not going to go into all the details about my dad's current issue, but there is the potential of him going away for a while. Without going into a lot of detail. And if that happens, it's going to affect the living situation, and no one in this house is financially stable enough to keep this house. And all the bills. So that's going to be an issue. We have a short window of time to try and avoid happening and prepare for in case it happens. So that's also got me pondering if my dad can't fix his problem, it's going to have repercussions on everyone else. And even though I don't want it to go bad for him, in a way, because of what he did to get into the situation, there is consequences for a reason. And he is, like, at a point where he knew he shouldn't have done what he did and did it anyway. But because of that, it's going to have repercussions on everyone else if things don't go well. And I don't think that's something he fully thought about. And that's the annoying thing when people do something stupid and reckless and then it affects everybody else after the fact. I think that's the more annoying part about when people get themselves into trouble. But I immediately go to worst case scenarios when situations like this arise. Whenever he puts the slightest bit of doubt in my head that we might not be able to keep this roof over our head, I immediately go to worst case scenario, and then I panic, I get stressed, I get anxious, and then up until I get the confirmation that everything's safe, for that entire duration of time, I'm going to be anxious, panicked, and stressed. I'm not going to be relaxed thinking, yay, I have a roof over my head. I'm going to be thinking, any day now, we're not going to have a roof over our head, and it's going to stress me out. And I'm going to constantly go to that rabbit hole of worst case scenario. And that's not good for me to keep doing that. It definitely doesn't help my mental state get better from getting stressed over not having a home. And I'm starting to think now that knowing that assisted living is probably the best case scenario for me, I feel like I should look into that and move out regardless of whether Dad's thing goes good or not. Because even if it goes good, I'm sick of... I've gone through life constantly doubting whether or not I'd have a place to live. Going between houses, being threatened to get kicked out because I had no money to pay for shit, expected to pay for shit when I couldn't even get a job to pay for shit, being threatened to be kicked out if I don't get a job. I've gone through a lot of shit. And my brain always goes worst case scenario. And I'm just sick of a lot of things, and I want to live somewhere with a guarantee that I'm not at risk of losing the place. Like it's a place that I can afford and keep. A place where I don't have to be going between houses just to like manage my mental state. I don't have to like run away from the place I'm at just so I can feel better. I want to be living in a place where I just feel good whilst I'm in my own place. I don't want to have to escape my own home just so I can feel better. Even though getting out of the house will do me good, I know that would help me a lot if I did actively do that more, but at the same time, if I'm in my house, I want that to be a feel good space just as much as whatever it is I do outside the house. But I also want to... I just need a better living situation, I think. Just overall, despite all these issues I have. Because with all the shit that I have to juggle, having a risk of losing where you live hanging over your head isn't a fun thought to have. And it's not the first time I've had that thought go through my head. And it's really terrifying. Skyrockets your anxiety and it skyrockets your stress massively. And one of the last chats and visits I had with the doctor, the only good, decent advice they gave me to manage these fits and seizures was to avoid stress and avoid getting anxious. For in case it was linked to stress and anxiety. And stress and anxiety doesn't always trigger them, but it's one of the many triggers because there's multiple things that trigger these seizures. But if I can handle some of the triggers, I can reduce the frequency that they happen. But if I'm being put in a situation like this where my stress and anxiety is going to skyrocket, it ain't just seizures I have to worry about now, because in the past, if I've had too much stress and anxiety, that's caused me to have chest pain. And chest pain ain't good, because chest pain can be your heart most of the time. And I don't want anything bad to happen with that. Because there's a history of that in the family, heart problems. Because granddad on dad's side has heart problems, dad has heart problems. I don't want to, like, third in a row have heart problems. And I think if I'm in a less stressful environment, I could reduce risk of that happening. But yeah, it I just overall need everything to get better because everything's shit. I know this was a lot to like dump on you guys, especially whilst we're streaming, but being able to have just talked about this now has made a good impact and made me feel lots better. Just being able to
That's
discuss
good.
that and have supportive like back and forth, because I don't have that sort of support available to have that back and forth, like, and I don't have the therapist I was promised to be able to talk these things through and manage them better with professional help and advice. So unless I force myself to talk about it with somebody, I can't get this stuff off my chest.
Thank you for
to
the follow,
help myself
Callum.
feel better.
Welcome in. How you doing?
So it was nice that I was able to have this conversation, and it was nice to discuss these things, even though it happened because I went on a tangent from one topic to the next, as I always do, go on a tangent. But
Glad you're good. I'm doing good.
it just helped to get it off my chest and voice thoughts and discuss things, because after all this conversation, I am a lot more convinced that, you know what, yeah, I should apply for assisted living. You're right, I should. After talking about my situation, yeah, it's definitely not right.
Yeah.
As bad as it is.
Well.
It took me talking to you guys to open my eyes and see that, and be able to make sure that, oh yeah, this is something I need to do to make it better. And I think this is why, even if it's not an easy thing or it's a difficult thing to do, to have any sort of conversation, I think the more often people try and give it a go, it's surprising how helpful it is. Because a portion of stress disappears because you've voiced concerns. It disappears because you've been given advice, you've been able to think, you've been able to reflect, you've been able to realize stuff. And when you've got really amazing supportive friends like you two, you get good advice, good support, you get good understanding, that the shit I've gone through is real and people go through it and help is needed and help isn't always there. And it's able to, when you discuss this with people, it makes other people more aware, oh, things aren't good as they look on the surface, because I can look as happy as I want on the outside, as if I don't have any issues or problems, but that's a complete lie. That's just what it looks like on the surface. And no one looks deeper than what's on the surface. That's an issue. I think that's why a lot of people
Mhm.
don't get a lot of help is because no one looks deep enough to realize this person needs help.
Mm.
Like people just look and judge and assume people are fine. You're just like, as you're passing by, smile, wave, hi, how are you? That's it, and no one looks deeper than that. And I think if people paid attention more, you know, I think things might be better for people. People might find more friends, find more support, find more help.
Mhm.
And I remember one time I had a episode on the way home. It was less of a seizing episode. It was more of a I was having pain in my chest, and as I was like slowly dropping and coming to the ground, by a complete fluke, by complete luck, just a coincidence, the person that happened to pull over and see if I was okay, they weren't just a complete random stranger. They happened to be a nurse.
That's probably why they pulled over, because they were like, it was their
Yeah.
training to like check you were alright.
Probably, yeah, but I've had other instances where complete strangers that have no idea what to tell me have stopped and pulled over and looked me over. But this nurse, she pulled over, she stayed with me, she was trying to ask me questions, I was explaining what's up, and I didn't understand what was up. And because I was talking with a nurse as the situation started and was happening, that was like the quickest response I got to like having an issue, was just an out of nowhere a nurse just pulling over and getting out and walking up to me. That doesn't happen like all the time. That is a rare thing to happen. You usually have to wait till an ambulance rocks up when you drop on the pavement. But she was calm and I was able to discuss this, and as I told her what I was feeling and how it felt and the type of pain it was, she was able to like think about it and say maybe this and maybe that. Wasn't giving me guarantees, but giving me things to think about. And as my thought process shifted from the pain to, oh, maybe it's this and maybe that, and the more calm I was getting because I was with someone who's being calm, it made the episode go down a little bit quicker and a little bit better. Yes, it took a toll on my body because I couldn't walk myself home after the fact, and my dad had walked over to us because I was literally 5 minutes from the house when it happened. Like, it's always when I'm 5 minutes from the house, like when I'm like round the corner on the way back after going to the shop. Like, I'm not that far away from my house, but I can't make it to the front door for some stupid reason. So, so we just walked around the corner and just found me crowded around, a few people crowded around me. And she wasn't just nice enough to help with what was actually happening to me and just talk me through it and say, maybe it was this, when you get home, maybe do this and maybe do that and take it easy, maybe have an aspirin or something like that. She was giving some proper good advice, and I did take an aspirin when I got back home and it did help. I did end up having the actual seizure when I got home. Like, after I got home, that's when it hit. And I think this was like, it was either a week or a couple of days prior to my birthday. This was in February this year. And like I'd gone out to buy the birthday cake, and it was on the way home with the cake in the carrier bag. I had dropped to the floor. And you could see that I had stuff I was trying to carry home. She was aware of the type of pain that I had that may or may not have been heart related. It could have been anxiety or something else. And even if my home wasn't that far from where I'd dropped, she offered to just drive me home and drop me off home to just make sure I got to the front door. And I was discussing with Dad and looking at her, and I was like, I'm not steady on my legs. Like, I don't think I'm gonna be walking anywhere. And so me and my dad get in a car, and she just very nicely drives me home and drops us off home. And then by that point, because I've sat down in the car those few minutes being driven home, that sitting down in a better position than the way I was hunched on the ground did give my body a minute to rest, so I was able to hobble a little bit towards the front door and get to the house with a lot of assistance from my dad. He was proper holding me upright and walking me to the door.
Mm-hmm.
But then once we got inside, that's when I had like the actual fit, like a few minutes later. But it was just out of the blue. She was just so nice, and she went. The help she gave was beyond just pulling up and checking on someone. It was, and the fact that she happened to be a nurse as well, she was able to help semi figure out what the issue was, help get me calm, help advise me on what to do when I got home. I didn't have to feel so freaked out and stressed anymore. I was talking to a smart person that actually had answers, a nurse that actually knew what she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
That was surprising. But she was just such a kind person. She didn't have to offer us the lift, but she did it because she was such a nice person. And nice people like that are hard to come by. And I wish more of them lived where I lived.
Yeah.
I wish there was more nice people around. Because that sort of like concern and help for people that just are in your general area. We need more of that to help people out. Now I've just realised my stream has been the most boring stream ever, staring at a finished production of gold coins.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that like ages ago as well,
You
like an
probably
hour
should
ago
have
already. That
mentioned
I've been checking the map from time to time, and I've been seeing you stare southeast for I think 4 hours now.
You probably should have mentioned it, and I would have been doing stuff while I was talking.
Yeah, I
But,
just you know. Yeah.
I've just been like running around fully filling out my map of like the areas that I hadn't fully explored. So it's all nice and
Same.
filled in. And then killing any of the bosses that I've yet to kill when I've come across them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean I've reached level 60 just now as well.
I'm level 52 now. If that's
Nice.
any better. I should probably see what I can get with these points. I need oh yeah, I didn't get the giant food bag to give myself more food slots to carry. Mind you, the slots I have are enough for now anyway, because I've got a big stack in each slot. I know how to rant on a bloody tangent, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
But like, the thing is, it is good to get this stuff off the chest and have these discussions though, because it really helps, and being able to have other perspectives and inputs is really, really good. I think as well, when I have these conversations on stream, because it's a live broadcast, it's a platform that's bringing awareness to issues, because I'm talking about issues that need awareness, that people need help, people need to pay attention more and help people. I think it's good that I talk about this stuff, so I can make people more aware of it, and hopefully it's like, it's a wake-up call for people. Not everything is perfect, and people need help, and people that need help doesn't always exist. You think it should, things are set up for it, but doesn't mean people are actually going to be given the help they deserve. Doesn't matter how many organisations or whatever are out there, not everyone who needs it gets it. I just think more stuff needs to be done to help people. Way more stuff. Ooh, I've just had a thought. The next boss towers, we need fire pals for it, don't we? Because that's what does damage to the boss. We should have flamethrowers.
That's not a bad idea.
Sorry. Kind of trash.
We need to do fire damage.
I see it. The flamethrower is kind of garbage. Because I used it on the level 60 ice, the Frostallion. Yeah, it didn't do that much damage, even though it was like 55 at the time.
We'll probably get better off going with a pal that like changes your attack type to fire and then using other weapons.
Yeah. I mean, I've unlocked the plasma cannon now, but it requires the new ore, which is gonna take 20 years to collect, especially if I don't do it off stream, like I probably should. Because one bar requires 12 hexalite quartz, right? We really need to. I need to put down a base on a beach where all those crystals spawn, so I can just auto harvest.
Yeah.
I need to. Hold on. I need to figure out. Is there a min-max spot for it? There probably is.
Accessories that give like abilities, like the grass belt and the glasses and the boots. Is any of it actually worth getting?
Sorry.
The boots and belts and stuff. Like, is any of that ability stuff actually worth getting?
Haven't used any of them.
Yeah, I haven't, but that's just because I haven't made them. Like, it would probably be useful.
Yeah.
The anti-grav belt increases player jump power when equipped, so you get a bigger jump boost. Ability glasses used to discern hidden pals' abilities, displays health, attack, and defense stats on a scale of 0 to 100.
That one's not super useful because it basically just says their stats as far as I have seen.
Yeah.
So
And
before
I
you
just
catch them.
anyway.
The boots, the double jump boots.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of that's actually worth having because you've.
Yeah.
It's all.
I mean, if you'd make use of it, then like potentially. I've not made any of it because I don't feel like it would be like that useful to me. But
double jump boots, but they don't have jump boots. They just skipped jump boots and went to double jump boots.
well, yeah, you can already jump.
Mm.
So just double jump gives you an extra jump.
You've got a belt that does the same thing.
No, that just allows your jump to be a bit higher. The double jump literally gives you a second jump. So you can jump and then jump again, so it's the same height.
I don't have anything worth spending my ancient points on.
I found a Reddit page that tells me that there's a place where you can get 3 of them in one base. Let me go check it out.
So I'm not after spending my points for the sake of spending them, but it's just I'm looking at stuff and it's like I'm not sure if any of it is worth putting my points on. That's just what I'm thinking as I look at what's available. Like, is any of it worth it? Yeah. I'm gonna up my attack as well because I've got plenty of points into health and stamina and weight.
Oh,
Plenty
putting
into
points
defense.
in attack is like the last thing you want to do. Even though I've been doing it for ages. Because it only increases by 2%.
I know it only increases a little bit, but if I increase my attack a tiny little bit more, I can do that tiny little bit more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've started mostly just putting it into attack because I don't really need any more of any other stat. Like, I've got enough carry capacity that I never really have an issue unless I'm carrying shit tons of stuff. And that's only when, like, no amount I put into my, thing will help because I'm just carrying, like, a stack of stone or something, like, ridiculous. Like, I'm carrying a ridiculous amount, so no amount would help. And then with all of the others, it's like, health, like, I barely ever get low on health other than in boss battles. Stamina, I never seem to run out of. Work speed, I'm rarely ever working myself. I'm usually getting a pal to do it, so attack seems like the best option.
Yeah.
Because I'm a lower level, I'm going to do less damage than you, and you two always do more damage. I feel like if I stop upping my attack, it should, like, help me do that little bit extra damage, even though it's going to be nowhere near what you guys do.
I mean, it's also just you were using the musket, I believe, last time.
I'm not using the musket. I don't have a musket.
I could have sworn I heard you use the musket before.
I'm not using the musket. What I shoot with, I have the makeshift assault rifle. I have the semi-auto rifle, a shotgun and a revolver. And
Yeah, I
just
meant the
between them.
semi-auto rifle with like 8 shots. Yeah, that's like very out of date nowadays.
Yeah, I still have that one in my inventory, and that's purely because I use it for catching super low level pals. If I'm trying like up the
It's
numbers.
super. You can just walk up to a super low level pound, throw a sphere at them, and
What
catch
I
them
don't
anyway.
have unlocked is I don't have assault rifle unlocked, and I don't have rocket launcher unlocked, and I don't have
Yeah,
any
but you can
better
just
weapons
ask us to
unlocked.
make one.
But it's
Like,
yeah,
I
it's
can.
also like yeah, we can craft stuff for you, or there are like
and that's
Yeah.
the templates and things, so you can also use
Yeah, but
those.
you also need to have. Oh, there it is.
and,
Oh,
and
that's
that's the thing
amazing.
though. I forget that I can ask because I forget there's better weapons, and I just get used to what I have, and I think, well, I don't have this unlocked, so I'll just be stick with what I got until I do have it unlocked. And, like I'm just in that frame of mind where I forget that you two have a lot of good shit unlocked and the resources to make it.
Yeah.
I completely forget. Um,
Something's going on where you have to hit a tree with a pickaxe because you don't run around with an axe.
so many hot chocolates.
Because I'm trying to get
Yeah.
some. I'm gonna make a PAL box here, so we can
Okay.
automatically
Why
get
that many hot
the
chocolates in my
stuff.
bed? Seriously, I can't move.
Yeah, I was gonna do that at some
So
point, and then
annoying.
just I didn't even go and do the farming one, so I didn't even think about
Yeah.
it. I've been too busy playing other
During the
things.
week that I forgot to
Mhm.
come online, did anyone by
Always
any
do.
chance just craft 8,000 hot chocolates at my base?
The hot milks,
me.
yes, I did that earlier today because your pals were starving and had no food.
I can't freaking move now. I'm carrying so much hot chocolate.
Uh-oh.
There was also a lot of eggs as well, but I think they may have eaten those first.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Chickpea produces so many eggs. I've just got an infinite supply of them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you had tons of eggs and tons of milk, so I just used those to craft a bunch of food for your pals.
I still have tons of eggs and tons of milk. I like to have the fridge fully stocked up with stuff plus what I farm on the farms as well, and from the ranches, because the more fully stocked I keep, the less likely I have to worry about spoil times. So I have like
Mhm.
more than enough of it that I can just infinitely tell them to cook, and then I can put the food in the things because there's
Yeah.
always ingredients to cook things. I can always cook what I need. So I like to have as much ingredients as possible.
Mhm.
But yeah.
That.
I've literally
That's.
I should have came on here during the week, but I was too busy doing Dino Game.
Yeah. Don't we all?
I love my Dino Game.
Mhm.
It's a very fun Dino game. And I've been playing it all week, except yesterday. I didn't go on yesterday, and I haven't gone on today. And for me, that's a first to actively not log on. When I'm completely addicted to playing it. I've had to force myself to be like, no dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Because, like, I literally, as soon as I wake up, I boot up the game, and then I don't switch it off until I go to bed.
Sounds about right.
Um,
I've had those
the,
phases as well.
that's what happens when I play that game.
Mhm.
And because of that, I haven't come on here or played anything else. So when I booted up Sims last night and just left it in the Sim creation menu, that was the first time I booted up a different game to play. That and there was a dragon game I tried out for the tiniest little bit, but I stopped playing it and booted up Sims. It's that's the first game I've booted up in 2 weeks that isn't the dinosaur game. Not counting this. Not counting this or Ark. um, that dinosaur game is the only thing I've been playing for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I need to do something different. I need to withdraw and play something else, as difficult as that will be for me to do. Because I'm going to be burnt out playing it if I don't take a break, and then I've got so much shit I could be doing that I'm not. I'm constantly playing that all the time.
Yeah.
It's becoming a hindrance now. I'm not obsessed with it. But, yeah. It's a great game, and I love it. It's a very, very great game. And still new stuff has to be done to that. I mean, very soon they're going to release the Triceratops, and people will be able to play that. But also, at the same time, or following up, they'll release the T-Rex. I can't wait to be the T-Rex, because if I can get the T-Rex full grown, if any tiny little dinosaur tries to come at me, I'll be able to body slam it into the ground because it's small enough.
That's mean.
And I can't wait to see that action in a fight. You might think that's mean for me to do, but 99% of the time when I boot this game up to play it, I am killed as a baby when I spawn in as a baby. And I'm constantly puzzled by how the fuck does everyone else get to grow to full grown when I'm constantly eating as a baby?
Yeah.
Like, it's very difficult for me to survive and get anything to grow. So by the time after like 30 dozen deaths as a baby T-Rex, when I finally get it full grown, you betcha when something tries to kill me, I'm body slamming it. Because it would have took me so many tries.
Yeah.
I would have died so much trying to get that full grown that by the time I full grown, you betcha I'm gonna keep it alive. I'm gonna fight to the bleed death to keep it alive. Because like it is sometimes it's harder than you think to keep a dinosaur alive in that game. Because if you spawn somewhere and if you're the only player around, the server will do player checks, and when it does player checks, it's checking if how many players are in that area, and then based on how many players are in that area will depend on the density and amount of AI animal spawn. And if there's not enough AI animal spawn in that area, you're not going to be able to get everything on your diet, especially if you're a carnivore. And that means you're going to starve to death very quickly if you can't find anything. And more often than not, if you're still a baby or a juvenile trying to grow up and you're wandering about on your own looking for food, if there's a bigger carnivore on itself or in a pack migrating and it finds you, you're dinner. It won't care that you're trying to grow. You're dinner and they're hungry and they're migrating. So you will get eaten. Like if people are hunting and hungry, if they're killing you because they're hungry, that I can understand, because they're doing it because they need to eat. If people are killing for the sake of killing, and say if they're breaking rules or like not responding to the calls you'll make to try and make peace, if they're being a complete asshole, then it's gonna piss me off when I get killed.
Yeah.
But I just have the bad luck. I'm just the most eaten baby dinosaur within the past 2 weeks. Because of the amount of times I'm eating as a baby. But it's really exciting because when I do get to full grown, it is really, really fun. And I really, really love it. Because because you could spawn in as a female or a male, and when you're a male, you get these male display markings. And I assume that they've given that skin creator ability to the male dinosaurs because when you're in the wild, real life wild animals are going to have those colours and markings and different things to impress the female. It's not the female that has to do the hard work to get a mate, it's the male that has to win the female over. It's the male that has to do all the hard work and go, I'm worth it, look at me, I've got this and I've got that, and it will strut and show off and whatever. That's what the male animal has to do. And the female will be like, yes or no. If the female says no, that male ain't getting any. Like, you know. So I think having the dinosaurs have that feature where you have those markings on the male, it's fun, because not only do you get to play with the patterns and make it more colourful, but it lets the two different genders stand out. Because if you didn't have that male display option on the dinosaurs, then the skin creator options for both genders will be exactly the same. And then, if you came across another player, if you wanted to nest or hatch someone in, the only way you'd be able to tell if someone was a different gender is outright asking, can anyone of this gender come with me to make a nest? Like, is anyone of this gender online to make a nest? Like, it's the only way you'd be able to find out, because instead of being able to have that visual indicator,
Mm-hmm.
because it's helpful to have that visual indicator. It's fun. You can make so many patterns and designs, so when you finally get, you don't get to see the full pattern and design when you're a baby, you've got to grow into it like it was in the wild. And it's really, really cool, because when you grow really, really big, and you get to see the patterns and markings, it is so cool. And it's so fun playing that game. I've survived a few times being nested in as different dinosaurs and had fun playing them until they got eaten. But I love it because it's the server I'm on is very super chill and super nice. Like, yeah, there's PvP, but most of the time it's PvE because the main PvP is mostly people playing like prehistoric crocodile. Most of the people who play that are complete a-holes. Because there's this one time we were in a section of map, and it was low pop, very peaceful, very chill. And the server has rules about mixed packing and overpacking. And nobody in the area was breaking any of those rules. It was like separate groups of separate types of dinosaurs. They were just coexisting in the same place, sitting on rocks, occasionally running past each other. They'd eat the sea turtles they needed to eat, they'd drink the fresh water they needed to drink, and then they'd just coexist in the same space. And if someone wanted to do a sparring fight, they'd do a sparring fight. Like, it was completely just peaceful coexistence. No one was mixed packed, and no one was overpacking. And then two people that had chosen to play crocodiles had purposely targeted the section of map and targeted everyone that was there, decided to whinge and whine and accuse everyone of overpacking and full out attacked us all unprovoked. So they weren't attacking for the sake of hunting and survival and needing food. This was purposely targeting a section of the map and a section of people, accusing of them breaking a rule when they weren't breaking any rules. So these two people were being assholes pretty much. And they killed a person in my pack, and they killed someone that was in a different pack. And then after they killed two people, they left and walked off. And the people that had died had then had to respawn as something else and then spend forever travelling back to where we were so everyone could hang out again. And there was literally no reason or no need for them to do that because these two people didn't own the server, they weren't admins, they didn't make the rules, and they had no right to enforce any rules. Because how the server works is, if they think a rule is being broken, and if they have, you have to have visual evidence of it as well as your word that a rule has been broken. And because they had no proof a rule was being broken, they couldn't prove a rule was being broken. They just decided to bitch and whine and kill everybody that was there, or at least try to. But what they should have done is, if they genuinely thought rules were being broken, they should have collected evidence, opened a ticket, and then supplied the footage, and then admins would have dealt with it. And it would have been smooth, it wouldn't have kicked the fuss, and it wouldn't have made people upset. Instead, they bitched and whined and made a big drama over it because they didn't follow the rules. And annoyingly, they'd gotten away with it too, which annoyed everybody. Because they didn't fully get a look about it either. Because there's no way to know who those dinosaurs, who those crocodiles were. Like, we could guess and theorize based off of the people grouped up in a VC together. We didn't know 100% if that's who it were. Because
I think server admins can.
no,
I know
server
if
admins can
they're
figure
if
that
it's on
stuff
Steam,
out,
they
but,
can at least.
I
I know that
mean,
much.
What I mean is, me and the people hanging out in that area couldn't tell who those crocodiles were because you can't see nameplates above people, and you only see someone else's nameplate if you're in a pack. And because, and only 2 crocodiles can be together in a pack, and the people that were in that area I was in were all a different species of dinosaur. Naturally, there's a lot of dinosaurs called, we call it the Herrera for short, 'cause it's long and is a pain in the ass to say. But we had a decent sized pack of Herrers because people in that area purposely went to that low pop area to make a nest. Because it wasn't a hotspot, it was safer to make a nest there and not have all the eggs eaten. And then we had one person who was being a slightly bigger carnivore, just chilling in the area, not mixed packing with anyone. I think then 1 or 2 people from the packing group died. They spawned into something else, formed a new group as that different species, and they just did their own thing in that area. And it was just a good, varied, balanced mix. No one was mixed packing because the only nameplates I could see were the people that were the same dinosaur as me. And so I definitely wasn't mixed packed with anyone, and the people I was packed with weren't mixed packing with anyone. And there was no overpacking because we were all within our pack limits. We never went over the limit size of how big our pack could be. So not a single rule was broken because it was coexistence amongst a variety of species. And it was a peaceful, chill hangout area. It was mainly just like an area to nest in people's this and that, and to just create a nest in a family and chill. But it evolved into something different when a few people died, and then when these crocodiles showed up, the area just got less populated and less quiet because nobody could relax and do what they wanted because they'd start bitching and whining again, or the crocs would just slowly start to surface out of the water and just eyeball us as if they're getting ready to like attack us just because we were standing too close or like sitting on the same rock. Like, we weren't breaking rules by doing that because lots of people do that. Like, even the admins will, when they spawn in as a dinosaur, they'll sit on a rock next to someone else who's a completely different dinosaur. And there's no rule breaking happening because you're just sitting on a rock. You're not mixed packing or overpacking, you're just sitting down on a rock. Yeah, what they did just was not cool or nice at all, and it just ruined the fun. They were saying that we were ruining the server with our overpacking. Our overpacking was ruining the server. I think their behaviour is what ruins the server. When they just decide to be like, oh, we're going to target this dinosaur, oh, we're going to target this hotspot, and just like kill everybody and act like we're enforcing the rules, and then whinge at them. Like, you know, I just didn't like it. Like, I thought I liked those people as well, because before they did that, I had nice times with them in DC, nice conversations, fun times hanging out. And then as soon as they did that, my opinions of them changed. Because that was not cool behavior. That was like
Mm-hmm.
bitchy a-hole behavior. And there was just no need for it because like there's a system in place to like report problems and report rule breaks without causing drama. So if there was a genuine rule break, they could have dealt with it without causing a big fuss.
Mm-hmm.
But,
I'm just going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
but
No worries.
it was just one of those brief moments where someone wasn't being nice. But other than that, though, it has been fun to play on because the majority of the time the place is very chill and there are decent rules and the people are genuinely nice most of the time. And I like chilling out and hanging on there because the admins are quite nice and fun to talk to as well because they'll hop in VC and just hang out with you as well. And it is a really great community actually. So what if a few people at a-holes once in a while, it doesn't make the server any less good. It's still a great place and a great community, and I've had fun being a part of it for the past week or two. It's nice that I've been able to discover that, like, because it's not often you find places like that. And when you do find a nice rare hidden gem of, oh, here's a nice community with a oldish game that's been out for like several years, like, you know, it's not something brand new and it's not toxic and it's nice because even if it doesn't have the brand new hype about it, it still has attention, it still has updates, and there's lots of nice people that like it. And it's nice to find those sorts of games and communities because
There are a lot of games that are old and still have like a huge player base and like community.
it's given me like variety and stuff to do because yeah, I've got gobs and grams, and yeah, I've got the stuff I do with them when I do stuff, and yeah, I've got what we do here.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to find that just adds another thing into the mix, just another portion of like variety. Like I've got all these different things, and I've got this new thing thrown in as well. So I'm like got something new to be excited about, as well as all the usual stuff. And I'm not gonna get bored or tired of any of the things I'm doing because I've got a constant mix of stuff to do. And
Yeah.
it's nice to discover things as well, to discover something new and have fun with that is nice as well. Because for a while it's mostly just been gobs and grams, the friends I've made and their communities, and that's it. And it's just been sort of like the same for a while. But now that I've found something new and different thrown in, it's making me enjoy everything I do a lot more because I enjoy doing this just as much as I enjoy doing that, and it's the joy I've got from that I can carry over to here.
Yeah.
And back and forth, like vice versa. Like,
Yeah.
I can never stop being happy playing a game.
Mm-hmm.
I can just
Your
constantly enjoy it no matter what. It's
yeah.
nice.
Your daughter's favorite hangout server is a Neverwinter night server.
Ooh,
What was Neverwinter again? Hold on. It
I
rings a bell.
have Neverwinter.
I probably have it as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
I occasionally play it
Neverwinter.
sometimes. I need to refresh
Oh,
my
wait.
stream manager because it's not working. Oh no, my internet went out on my laptop.
Very old game. Okay, I'm looking at the correct game.
That's why I have no stream manager. Oh, internet's back. Refresh the entire page.
Wait, this is multiplayer? Oh, it's PvP.
Yeah, MMO. Massive multiplayer online.
You talking about this game? Mom? Am I looking at the correct one?
But, There's so much about chat I've missed because my thing had broken. And I can't see all the messages as well either.
I mean, it's 2013. Yeah, I guess that is old nowadays.
And
Wait, 2013, that's 12 years ago. Yeah, that's old.
I don't know if we're about the same level. We should be talking about the same thing.
Oh my god, gee.
But like, if it's the Dragon's theme Never Winter game, then I have the same game and I love it whenever I play it on occasion. But it's also one of those games where if I had someone who I could start it off with at the same level and being a VC and being a party and do everything together with it, would definitely be more fun to play it, because with a game like that, it's multiplayer based and there's only so much solo play you can do before it gets boring, because it's multiplayer and I'm not doing any multiplayer. Like, sure, I'm on a server with everyone else because that's the only way you can play the game, but I'm not actually playing with other people, I'm just playing by myself.
I do that anyway.
Yeah.
I literally would host a Rust server for myself.
But like,
Let's see.
I just
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, it's the same game, Mom, I think. Yeah.
that's the same game. Yeah, that is what I have. I've had that for years. Let me check my where's Steam? Do I not have Steam? Oh wait, there's Steam. I don't have it installed now, but
I just realized we've been going for 4.5 hours already.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I decided to go and grab some dessert as well.
Nice.
I think I have not a lot of hours in it. I guess I don't play it as much. Because there's one I have a shit ton of hours in. It's not that, it's something else.
I never called that one. Oh. Oh. Wow. That explains.
Not look hours in there. There's one of these styles of games. These MMO styles. I have a shit ton of hours.
Hundreds and thousands of hours in it. Yeah.
I don't think it's. I don't have hundreds or thousands, but like I do.
I've reacted to Mom, don't worry.
Yeah, I was reading that as well, and that's a lot of hours, but I don't know if I'd do that. I have like 200 hours installed, and that's after I added it to my Steam. Before that, I probably had a shit ton more hours on it. And then...
What do you mean, planning and spreadsheets? Oh no, I hate it already.
What game are you guys talking about?
She is talking about Neverwinter.
998 hours in Star Trek Online.
I don't remember what my most played game is in total.
Playing Star Trek.
I should check it out, honestly.
Yeah, I think if I had that
I mean,
many
my most is probably
hours of
Minecraft.
playtime in a game, I would be recommending it.
I mean, mine is, if we look at it like that, it's probably League. It is probably League. No, I wouldn't be surprised if Tarkov is second right now. God, I've had that. Well, mostly I just had it open as well. Huh. I do not know. That is all I do know. Is that I don't know.
How do you look at most played again?
How long do we want to go for today, by the way?
I don't mind.
I'm just running out of things to do currently. So I'm getting bored for today, at least.
Have you
That makes
fought
sense.
the Palladius boss that's in the north of the desert?
No, because there's two of them.
Yeah, there's a Palladius and an
Haven't done that
Acronis,
one.
and they're both level 60. And I went to go there and I
Yeah.
was like, one level 60 I might be able to manage. Two, definitely not.
Yeah,
So I just
and they're
walked
in the
away.
open as well. It's not like you can... And they're flying in the open, I believe. Right? They're flying, right?
I don't think they are, but they might be able to fly.
Yeah, I don't remember.
When you've got 2 level 6s in the same area and you have to fight them in the open, you're definitely at risk of bumping into the other one whilst fighting the one you're currently fighting.
Oh no, you have to
spend
fight both
all
together. They are
week-
right next to each other. You fight them together.
Yeah,
That's
they're,
the whole
they're one
point.
boss.
Oh.
Your daughter spent a whole weekend planning a character to maximize exactly what class feats and what level to make them. Yeah. I would just make a character and just do the stealth archer, you know? Just like every Skyrim run. What? I mean, my Oblivion character, guess what she is? Stealth archer. Whoops. Everything will always become stealth archer. Well, obviously not in, like, Arcane and, like, World of Warcraft, because it's not really a thing, but, you know. Yeah. Or a jack of all trades. I'm either a jack of all trades or stealth archer, depending on the game. Or the equivalent of a stealth archer, I guess. You know, like high sneak or whatever. Whew. Yeah, I just do not know what to do currently.
If we could try and do it now, and then we could
Just call it now?
Contract
But
or something.
first of all, you have to get there first, Neville. You haven't been on the
Yeah,
island yet.
I also have not got onto it. So should we start planning for it today?
have.
Basically, all make sure we've got a powerful fire pal or two, all have unlocked the thing, and then next week we do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I mean, I've already have everything, so
Can get that done. You know, we can
move on to construction and do something way more chill.
Yeah, something a bit
Something
different
where
than
we
what we've been
can-
doing.
Yeah, and actually, like, play together again, because we've mostly just not
Yeah,
done
we've kind of been
anything
off doing our
for
own thing other than the
weeks.
boss battles.
Yeah.
I do have an idea of what I would like us to do afterwards.
Oh,
Minecraft.
about... Oh, you mean after the next game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like that.
I really
I
want to
feel like
do a
Minecraft
Minecraft
is
mod
gonna-
pack.
I could
Do you
work
have
on
one?
putting a pack together if you want, and giving the file once it's done. I can make sure the pack works.
No, I was thinking of taking one that already exists because I've been playing Minecraft recently. I've been playing a skyblock.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, I've gotten to the point in it where there is loads left to do. I'm now bored. Because it's boring to do it on my own past a certain point. I'm like, cool, I've got
I'm not gonna
enough
lie.
set up. Now what? Now what's my goal? I could follow the quest, but also, I don't want to.
That's the one thing that I haven't played Minecraft in forever, is because I just get bored.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
you can give
so
me
much
all
better
the
when there's
content in the
someone else
world.
there.
Yeah,
And with those sort of facts, like my brother.
but we'll have to
currently
make
has-
sure that the server is only up when we're playing. so we don't get like the situation we're in right now, where we're just doing nothing because we did everything off stream.
Yeah, I mean,
You
we
know what I
might
mean?
end up turning the server on at other points just
Or,
to
like-
do like tedious
Yeah.
bits, or like just leave it on for like automation to like process and create stuff, for
Mhm.
example. But
but,
yeah.
like, is it a large mod pack?
Well, it depends what we want to do. We can go with a large mod pack.
Well, what the one you're thinking about, or
I
just
haven't got a
know?
specific one in mind.
okay.
I mean, we could.
Because
Hang
if
on,
it's
I'm
small
loading up
enough, I can
CutsForge.
run it on my PC, like I've done before. I can run it.
Oh
like,
yeah, I was
myself, so
thinking
it
one
doesn't
of
pay
like
for anything.
all the mods or something like that.
Yeah, I don't even think I don't. Have I ever gotten all the mods already? I don't even know.
I've been muted this whole time.
Oh no, sorry, Devil. It's just you're really quiet, so we sometimes miss you saying stuff if we're talking.
I was muted as well, so you couldn't even hear what I was saying.
Mhm.
It's not
Yeah,
just me
I
being
just-
quiet, I muted my mic.
Mhm. I just feel like all the mods is just literally, as you can imagine, too many mods, and like half of them you won't use, and then you just get confused and you just want to quit.
I mean, so the
That's
current one I'm
literally how
playing
it always
is
goes.
all the mods 9 to the sky, and honestly, it's actually really good. Like, there's a lot of mods I quite like in it. That's like when I was going through, I was desperately trying to find.
That's the server my brother has up currently that I play with him.
Mhm.
And there is so much of that I don't get and I struggle with, and the stuff he's trying to figure out and set up. And it took us a while to figure out how to do bees. And then
Oh, I haven't even
like,
looked at bees. I know how to do
There-
bees because I've done the mods before, but
there is stuff we still don't have fully figured out, and he's better at modded Minecraft than I am. It's from experience. I don't think I could do a round 2 of that. I've already got a server up and running that I play. Well, my brother does, but
Yeah, but we're also not talking about right now, of course.
I
Yeah.
don't
Anytime
expect to be
soon.
right now. But I
But I
don't
think
think
if
I
I
could, like,
can, it's probably better if I host it myself in that case, because
I
because
just
it's
don't
free.
think
yeah, I mean, it was more just like
two servers
An
with the
option
same
kind
mod
of thing.
pack, so I don't think I could
Mhm.
handle doing that.
Yeah,
'Cause then it would mess
yeah.
my brain up with progress of
we'll see at the
like-
time. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like, obviously, if we didn't want to go Skyblock, we could go like a regular pack of like, there's tons of different ones. But
Yeah.
it, depending on what we
I
pick,
feel
there
like
may
the
be like,
Skyblock might be the best for us because we do love to just run away and do our own thing and just completely forget we're trying to play as the three of us, and we just
Yeah.
never do somehow. We'll always find a way to not have to deal with each other and do our own thing. Yeah, I think we do need to be like.
so there is another one I did
Yeah.
look at and I was going to play and I started and I didn't like certain aspects of it. So I stopped playing it instantly. So I think it would be really good. We just have to add a couple extra mods. And that's Sky Factory 5. It had a really fun concept of
As
you
long as-
basically start off and the world is black and white and you have to discover the colour.
As long as adding extra mods doesn't break anything, because
Yeah, it would basically be the one thing that pissed me off about it is I was trying to grow some trees and most sky blocks have the like crouch to grow the thing. This didn't. And they didn't grow
Crouch to
quickly,
what?
so I like grow the trees.
Oh,
You know,
you mean
a
the
pretty
really
standard
annoying
thing.
where you just try and crouch and suddenly a tree grows and you just get pushed out of the edge and then you die. Yeah. What?
I mean, you do that because
Okay.
otherwise you are on a tiny block of land with nothing else to do, which is what I was doing. So I literally at one point had nothing to do because I was just like waiting for trees to grow. And I had multiple saplings down waiting for them to grow. And I tabbed out the game.
Back in my day, they didn't do that. You had to wait, and they might not have dropped a single thing as well. What?
But yeah, no,
I
Skyblocks
think
generally need that ability. It also,
Yeah.
I mean, it may not necessarily be the best because it was a bit,
I mean, we can find
or weird, but
just a good we should probably find like a good sky block mod pack. Not specifically a mod pack that has sky block, but like a mod pack that's specifically
yeah.
made to
The
be
problem
made of
is,
a sky block.
I also would like it to be on the newest version possible, like 1.20, 1.21 kind of thing. Anything older,
Why?
maybe 1.19, but it's just like, then it's missing so many of the good things that have been added recently.
Yeah. I mean, that's like I just wanted to know. Like I don't remember what they added, and I feel like a lot of it you probably won't even see on the sky block. You know.
I mean, there's some stuff.
Yeah. Some stuff. Yeah. But I think we should get a mod pack that's like big enough, but not all the mods big. You know. And it has to have been focused on. We can just look it up later, I guess.
Yeah.
After the stream. As well.
Yeah, but when I was looking, there wasn't like a huge amount, or at least a huge amount that looked good.
Yeah. But again, you might say they're not good because bias as well.
Yeah, that's also a thing. If it doesn't have Ars Nova, I won't play it.
What now?
The mod, Ars Nova. It's a magic mod.
What is that? Oh,
It's my favourite magic mod.
never heard of it. Then again, I haven't played Minecraft modded in years. There's a reason my community Minecraft server is unmodded. Well, also because it was cheaper, but and yeah, can't be asked.
It will cost to get a modded server set up because it needs more
No.
gig and RAM to
I
run all
can
the
I can
mods
run it
on
on.
the base game.
I ran a server with like a mod pack for Visti at one point, ages ago. I believe. I don't remember what the mod pack was, or how big the mod pack was. Yeah. I did run like a decent mod pack, and people did manage to crash the server in a way that I had to just take the world file, put it in single player, so I could actually load the world, and then delete objects, because they made a create crusher, so you can already tell where this is going.
Yep. Create contraptions are prone to crashing.
Yep. That was something indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's why on
But it worked pretty
a
well,
server that I
so-
was on at one point, there was like strict rules on like using create. It was like, don't use too much of it. Like if you want to do big contraptions, like check with other people, like limit use of it kind of thing, so we don't cause crashing.
Don't make generators or generators. Not
I think
power,
someone
but,
still
like,
managed to crash the
ore
server at some point,
generation.
but
Yeah, I mean.
I
that's
don't
just
think it was
Minecraft.
create.
Yeah, I think that's just Minecraft as well. It's always gonna happen. But yeah, I can host it on my own. Like that shouldn't be an issue. Like I have a good
Yeah, I
enough
mean,
computer.
that's
and,
if we do end up playing Minecraft. Like there's tons of other games we
Yeah.
could play.
Yeah, we'll see.
And
Man.
at that point I may not even be in the mood to play Minecraft just because I am right now.
Fair. It's almost 10 already. Jeez. Time is absolutely flying by.
Alright, did you want to go and try and catch a jet dragon?
Sorry?
Did you want to try and catch a jet dragon?
Oh, that one. Sure. Let me just sort out a little bit. What was in that one? I need to sort everything out at one point. Let me just, you know what? I give in. Another chest will be created. More crates for the crate gods. Yeah. Yeah, you know, if you can't store it, just make another chest. There. That can go in as well. Sort. And let's see, can we do this? What is the fastest way? Probably for the tower.
Yeah, I'm going from the tower.
Yeah. Same, I'm behind you. Or gonna be. I'm not on the tower, but I can just... Alright, let's go. I'm so much faster than you, aren't I? Yeah, I must be, because this is the second fastest.
Yeah.
This is the second fastest pal. And then the guy we're going for is like twice, almost twice as fast. Just so you know. Yeah. So I think I've noticed, I don't know if it's true, or if it's just because of this PAL and how it works. They don't gain energy anymore if you're in water. At least this one doesn't.
What do you mean?
So remember how you could just have a bird and just fly above water,
Yeah.
land on top of the water, and then regain your energy?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen with this pal. Stallion doesn't regain energy.
Oh.
It'll just start drowning.
Yeah, then that must be just
Don't
for
know if
Stallion
the birds
because...
do it as well?
Well, no, I was
It's
literally
probably
flying
because you
across
have to-
water earlier, so...
Yeah, because this is one where you have to jump first before you start flying
Yeah.
as well. So it's probably that. In that case. Right, let's see. Do I get anything? I have ice type attacks. What type is this again?
Dragon. So yeah, ice is the best for it.
It is? Oh.
Yeah,
No, I just have
ice
to
is
wait
best
for
against
you to
dragon.
arrive? Oh my god, you're
Sorry,
so
I
far
got
back.
I got distracted and I saw eggs. That is why I am so far behind.
And I'm the one that's supposed to be distracted.
Mm-hmm.
That's my job.
Yeah, Gina, did you steal Devil's job? What does it mean?
I'm the distracted one, you're the smart one.
Wait, which one am I then? I'm just here. I mean, that is how it feels.
You are the gamer.
Yeah, I'm the one that tries way too hard half the time and, just, you know, min-maxes everything.
I worded
For
it
no
nicer.
reason at all. You want me to... Where are you? I don't even see you yet.
I'm
Oh,
still
there you
here.
are. I just looked in the wrong hand. Wait, if we just fly...
It will
Right,
fly up
just like
because it can fly.
Yeah.
Plus also I need a nice pal, which is not this one.
I don't think I've fought this person before, but screw it, I'm higher level than them. This will be easy. Oh wait, no, they're not a boss. Whoops.
Oh,
I did a noopsie and I'm running away. We were
Do you
just
have to
standing
ring
there,
it,
made me think they were a boss.
uh-oh.
Yeah. Baby bird, fly away. Fly,
That's-
fly, fly away.
Okay, that's not it. That's not the correct file. Ew. Oh, wrong way. No, don't jump in the lava, please. Yep, they died. Great. I'm a fire.
I didn't make a mistake. Everything's fine.
Oh. That doesn't reach me. Nice. Oh. Oh. Excuse me? I'm down. Be careful.
Sorry, I tried, but I had to dodge the attack.
I know, I know. Almost there. You didn't have the ring equipped?
I did,
Oh wait,
but our pal,
pals
one,
are out.
your pal must have
And
killed
he was
it.
on fire. He was on fire. as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, that was.
I didn't realize he suddenly
least-
like last I looked at the health, he still had like 3,000, and then
Yeah.
suddenly he was dead.
Oopsie. I should get like a really strong pal that has mercy. It's mercy, right? Where they don't kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like.
Oh well, we know we can beat him at least.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit of an annoying fight. I think I could solo him as well if I played well. I don't,
Yeah, my
you know,
Chillet was
stuck in a
doing well
tree.
against him.
Yeah, I got stuck in a tree as well.
Yeah.
And then if I just bring ice or dark types, wait, is dragon good or bad into dark? Hold on.
Good against dark. You want ice, so solely
Yeah.
ice.
Solely ice. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Chillet's good because ice dragon, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unfortunate. At least we got the points, I guess. Did we get
yeah,
a coin for it as well?
probably.
Probably. Yeah, I'm not gonna look for it. There's way too many. Oh, now comes the worst part. Getting back. Oh, I don't have my pal now because they died. Ah, for fuck's sake. And none of the others I can ride, so I'm just gonna have to run all the way over there, and then God. I think we should end soon, probably as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like almost 10 p.m. already. For me. Not that that's late or anything. But we've been going for 5 hours, almost. Let's see. So I probably should have thrown a sphere at him a lot earlier. Now I think of it as well. But there's ultimate spheres. I believe a really good, like, high level of trait. So, and I'm level 60. I don't know. Does your level have anything to do with it as well? With your cat trait?
I
I believe it
don't
does, right?
know.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like a level 1 PAL trainer should not be able to catch, you know, a level 60 because they got a good sphere. You know? Hmm. Huh. I love how I have to climb up so I can glide over for a lot faster. Here we go. Oh, excuse me. Blech. And I'm still earlier here than you. Oh, God.
I stopped to find eggs and live monk effigies. So
Yeah, I think I
you
already got
definitely
them
had.
on that place.
Yeah, I just happened to spot like the various eggs as I was going past and an effigy as well, so I
Yeah.
just stopped and grabbed it.
Mm-hmm. Um, QA, you, uh, yeah, I'll figure everything out later, I guess. Oh, this is something we want. I need wood lumber 4. Do I have any lumber 4 around? Let's see. Lumbering. Two. Ounce 3. Two. That's 3. Oh, I do have 4. Oh. Oh, I caught them like literally earlier. Nice. I also did this one wait, no, I can. Where is it? There you are. What do I need? I need high quality recovery meds to make someone's saddle? Alright. Oh, but I gotta unlock those. Gotta go walkies. Alright, Mom. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Trade walkies. I guess I can... Oh wait, I can unlock it. Still have 2 points. Noise. And I can go to my workbench here, and then... Which one's the high... I need cavern mushrooms and cotton candy. Uh-oh. Can you buy cavern mushrooms anywhere?
I don't
Like the
No.
worst thing to collect.
Yeah.
Our world. Can you buy?
What are you trying to make?
High quality recovery meds to make someone's saddle.
I have 10 cavern mushrooms, which is just enough if you only need one.
No, I need 9. I
Oh.
have 4. So I need 5 at least.
Of the meds.
Yeah. Or, yeah. Wait. No, it's 1 medicine costs 10 cavern mushrooms to make.
Yeah. I have
And
enough. I have 10 cavern
of the
mushrooms.
high quality... Yeah, that means I can make 1 high quality medicine out of the 9 I need, and I have 2, so then I'll have 3. I need the 60 more in that case. Oh my god.
Grab the ones from the main base if you haven't already.
Yeah, but is there a way to just get it, you know?
From some of the expeditions.
Yeah. But they, like... And I hate that they just expire as well. Wait, I just caught a pal for this. Hold on, I need to replace one of my pals. But who?
I can literally send out the lowest tier thing and it'll be back in like 2 minutes. And it'll give cavern mushrooms.
I know. Yeah. Well, let me just... Where is it? I just caught it. The Vanworm Crest, because it's a dark ice type, it will just work. Yes! But, wait, who is on that duty again? That one, okay. Because
Yeah, I have Vanworm Chris that's keeping my cool food box cold.
Yeah, because I just hate that also, what I hate the most is that if you sort stuff through the big thingy, it doesn't go into the food box. So you have to walk up to your food box and put the food away individually because it doesn't get auto-sorted. I hate that.
I mean, I automatically do that anyway. I mean, especially at my base, I don't even have one of the storage things because I literally have 3 storage containers.
Yeah. You know what, honestly? I'm just gonna move their food box to be closer to, where the sorting thing is. I'm gonna be that pity. Yep. We're gonna get pity. But that means I have to take all the food out of it. There. Destroy. And then... put this thing... yeah. There you go. Let's see. Which one gives the most cave mushrooms? Is it the first one?
I mean, I was just saying, like, the first one can be done really quickly, so you can do a lot.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes. And now I just walk here, and then, bam. Food in. Go here. Sort everything else. Oh, that feels good. Is my helmet broken? Oh, it's almost broken. But I think I can make a new helmet. Yeah, wait, I have a blueprint as well. Oh, but I need the new ores. Oh, God. Speaking of new ores, let me check out how that other base is doing.
Yeah, I literally used that one just now to get closer to the
Wait, I
syndicate
think
tower.
it's really close to the tower as well. So, yeah,
It's
you
not
don't
like
have
super
to
duper
explore the
close.
whole island.
Ugh,
Close
great,
enough.
there's an anti-air zone here.
Oh,
I think I see the tower.
yeah.
The problem is I was like
Great,
on top
check
of a
out
cliff, so I
most
had to
of them.
literally like just jump down because I knew I wouldn't be able to glide the entire time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, a pal that I was trying to catch just fell through the world.
No.
Yep, it
sounds about
literally
right.
disappeared under the earth right in front of my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It's also a bit horrific looking.
Go for a bath.
What do you mean?
An omascule. It just opened its face up into a mouth.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Is it the dark one? I know they're there, so. Yeah. It's the one with the mask, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
look,
one's
the one
pretty
that fell through the earth is back.
Yeah.
Yippee.
It's dead now.
Yeah. You committed murder. They are
More like my
mushrooms.
Blasmet did.
No, mysterious mushroom. There you go.
Yeah.
Hmm. Can these files please stay? Okay. That took way too many tries.
Yeah. Yeah.
See another rocket base?
Yep, I just flew vaguely into the area.
Oh no, I see a different one. About where you are.
You were literally right next to me a second ago. It's probably the same
then,
one.
Yeah.
If I press the map, it's not the same one. I am pretty certain this is not the one you're talking about.
I mean, I don't see it. I just flew vaguely in that direction and got told there's one. So,
Don't think this one should have been in range.
Yeah.
If you fly now, does it still mention it?
hang on, I'm in the middle of trying to catch one. It just does not want to catch.
Mhm. Yeah, I know how it feels as I'm throwing spheres at Daybreak Warriors. These
I mean,
missed
yeah,
a
I'm not getting
rocket
it now.
launcher. Woo! My armor is damaged. Oh, that's not good. That's not good when there's a guy with a rocket launcher here. Please! Everybody, just get in the... Oh, I'm dead. Help! So can you get over here within 90 seconds?
Maybe.
So I don't have to go all the way back. Which isn't that far, but I'm just lazy. I did disable the turret, so you should be able to fly over.
Yeah, I'm
70?
on my way.
I don't know where you are, though. I'm just... on our attacking pals. You see? Woo! Like, no. Those pals won't
Down
attack
there.
me because I'm already down. I don't know where you are. Oh,
Yep, I'm
I think I
coming. I'm
saw you just
getting there.
fell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on your left.
Stamina ran out because I'm sprinting.
Yeah. Just trying to stay away from those three. Mind you,
I literally can't see you.
I'm on the floor here. Underneath you, underneath you. You've flown over me, I'm under you.
Genuinely, there was no icon showing. Usually there's a big icon
Really?
over you, and there was nothing. You literally blended into the ground.
Interesting.
That was my one.
Sorry?
You caught the one I was trying to catch.
I did?
Yeah. You threw
Yeah, see,
a sphere at it, literally a second, and mine flew past it a second later.
No, I threw one at one that, like, got out. And then it missed, and it hit yours. I swear. Oh, I caught the back guy. Let's go. Oh, there are two low ones here still, if you want. Or one.
I've already left.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I was just trying to catch it because it was in front of me.
I know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my stray sphere caught him. I really need to get out of here. My armor is damaged. Why am I still here? I guess it's because this pal doesn't want to get caught constantly. Oh, because it wasn't at one. That's why. Now it should work. Oh, come on. There you go. You're really close to the tower. You probably know.
Yeah, I know that's where I'm headed. There's a cliff in my way, though.
There's a what?
A cliff.
Just fly over the cliff or head.
Yeah, I was just waiting for my bird's stamina to regen.
Yeah, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'll come back.
Hmm.
Had a brief chat about with my dad about those animal shelters.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "There's literally not going to be a lot near." And I was like, "Well, yeah, because some of this many hours away and that many hours away, regardless of car or bus."
Mm-hmm.
And then I listed off some that were a lot closer, and even then,
Yeah.
won't be able to help me get to those locations because he very soon won't be allowed to drive ever. But I did basically ask him just help figuring out how I would get to those places. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so I can't always rely on my mum, especially when I go during hours where she's at work. That's obviously out of the question. I can't get her help. And if my dad can't drive, he can't help.
Mm-hmm.
Then I can't always rely on my brother because he's got to deal with the kids. So busing and walking are my only options. So I've just basically mentioned him whichever I decide to like visit and like, so I can't just rock up and start volunteering. I've got to go and talk to them and like arrange and set stuff up and whatnot. But whichever one I feel like having a look at, it's just how am I going to get to these places and figure it out? And his main reaction was with how difficult it would be to get myself from here to there. He said to not bother much because of a hassle it would be. But it's not much of a good idea. And it's like, well, and then he walks right into the back garden to just put that conversation to an end. So I couldn't tell him it was a good idea. Which is it bothers me when he does that. You're having a conversation, you just walk off and shut a door and just like say his winning piece and end the conversation like that. Really peeves me because I can't really talk properly about something or state my case of why it's good. But I've let him know that I am toying with the idea of maybe visiting places like that to volunteer to get me out the house.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it's definitely good idea.
I'm definitely gonna try and have more conversations with him about it at different times and keep pestering about it. And then eventually I'm gonna build up to the support dog stage.
Yeah.
Because if I can't sell him on me working as a volunteer at an animal shelter, I'm not gonna sell him on me having a dog. I need to sell him on me getting out the house and to do something responsible first.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can do something like that and get myself in a better mental state, I can try and clean my room up some more. If I can get myself in a better mental state. 'Cause the only times I can make any actual progress is when I'm not depressed. When I'm not feeling shit. So until I can fix that, no matter how much I know I need to do something, I just won't have the motivation. So if I can start doing something to put myself in that state where I have the motivation to sort myself out and keep myself busy out of the house, and then I can get my room sorted as well, which is way overdue. Stupidly overdue, but that's what happens when you get depressed. You just turn your room into a tip. Well, I do anyway, because I just don't have it in me to keep on top of it.
No one does.
No, thing is,
And if they say they do, they're lying.
when you get depressed to a point that your room slowly becomes a tip, the reason it gets that way is because mentally you're dealing with all these negative thoughts that chip away at you, drain your energy physically, mentally, emotionally, and they twist your view to be so like dull and dead and negative that you just think everything's pointless. You just think putting a piece of rubbish in a bin is pointless. You slowly start thinking so like meaningless and trivial is pointless to the point it just builds up because you can't be bothered. And then when you glance around at the mess and you're telling yourself, no matter how much you try and tell yourself you need to clean this up and then clean that thing and then clean that thing, it slowly becomes this big, like each tiny bit becomes this big long list, and then it feels like it's more than it is. And then it feels like it'll take more time than it does. It'll feel like it'll take more effort than it does, and then you feel this like weight of dread of like, oh god, there's all this shit on top of this shit I have to deal with, and then you're even less interested because you can't push past that mental block of no motivation and those horrible thoughts in your head. And that's why things get in such a state. So that's the only reason why cleaning a room has got nothing to do with being capable of knowing how to clean, and having a messy room has got nothing to do with people being lazy. If they don't have the mental state, they're going to be in a pit because that represents how they feel. Because in a way, I suppose it's the only way to express how you're feeling without saying anything. It's just, you're surrounded by shit because that's how shit you feel. But hopefully I can work on that, because I think if I volunteer a place, it would be really nice and fun. And because there's a few places I've looked at, one that deals with greyhounds and one that deals with Akitas. And I read up the website about Akitas and looked at them. It's like, yeah, they're like a biggish dog breed, but Coco was like slightly biggish. She was a chocolate Labrador. Not as big as she's supposed to be, but even so, even if she might not have appeared as a large dog, even if her breed may not be large, she had the strength and weight to count as a bloody large dog. She was strong.
Have you ever actually been in the presence of a large dog? Because they are pretty strong.
Whilst I was in high school, there was a dinner lady that worked with my mum in the kitchens, and we went round her house once. And I can't remember how old I was or what year I was in at the time, but I was definitely still at high school. Mum was still working there, and this dinner lady was still working there. And we'd gone round her house because I can't remember why. I mean, I know we were friends, so Mum was visiting a friend, and kids tagged along because I can't remember why. Honestly, can't remember why we tagged along. But she had these really big dogs, and when people describe dog breeds, you got tiny, small, medium, and large. These dogs were extra large.
You
What
mean,
breed were they?
Just like I think you just mean a bear, but it walks on 4 legs. Yeah.
It wasn't a bear, and they didn't look like bears, and they weren't that fluffy. But I can't remember the breed of them. They were like, their fur was more like a close to the skin and short. They weren't big and fluffy with lots of long fur. But they literally, their heads were at my head level. They were fucking huge. And I was like, okay, hi, you're gonna bite me or lick me? And I was like pressed up against a wall, and like I was in the hallway entryway, like walking in, and one of them like leapt up, and it was that big. Like you describe it as leapt up because that's what dogs do when they're jumping up at someone. That's how you describe it. But this dog was so big, I'm not going to describe it as leaping up. I'm going to describe it as it stood up on its back legs and put its front paws against the wall. Because it didn't have to leap, it just had to stand on its hind legs and put its paws against the wall. Either side of my head, and it was just completely in my face. Now it had me pinned to the wall, the way a person would pin me to the wall. And Never in my life did I think it was possible for a dog to do something so human and terrifying.
Yeah.
That thing
Neville,
had me
real
pinned to the
quick.
wall.
I'm
But
gonna put a PAL box down so you can warp to it, so you can activate the warp point to the tower.
It-
Just to save you having to travel all the way here.
there is the sweetest, most affectionate, giant, extra large dog I'd ever seen.
Oh.
It was like a giant, extra large dog, and there was 2 of them. And watching those things run around in the backyard, I was like, bloody hell, how do you own those things?
There's a
How do
point,
you take them
you're
for
not going to be
walks?
able to put a base down because we're at the max.
6,
But
9.
literally,
Oh, yeah.
they
What
were
is
so
our
big.
max?
I was so
in the
small.
end?
You
9.
could probably put a saddle on the dog and
Oh.
have me ride it. Like, that's the size difference. They were
Yeah.
ginormous. And
Oh,
they
never
were
mind that
bigger
idea.
the breed is definitely bigger than anything you'd recognise as large. Anything like Akitas and Shepherds and things that you'd think is a large dog, they were 3 times the bloody size.
Yeah.
Um,
There are huge dogs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, with that in comparison to what you think a regular large-sized dog is, my dad was like, when I mentioned Akita, he's like, she's not gonna handle that or whatever, and you're not gonna be able to take it for a walk. It will be taking you for a walk, and he's coming up with all these cons and stuff.
I mean,
But
he's not wrong. It's gotta take you for a walk. It's gonna be like, yeah, you put your shoes on.
If I started volunteering at that place, I wouldn't be taking it for a walk by myself day one. Like,
Well, they'll be taking care of you there. Yeah.
like I'd be starting
But
off
also,
with some.
if they're well trained, then the dog will be manageable on lead. Like, that's what training's for, no matter the size
Yeah.
and strength.
Yeah, but if
That's
you go to the
literally why you train
shelter,
them.
You'll probably not get the trained ones at the shelter.
You
know.
You'd be surprised. Sometimes
volunteering
people
at a
give them up
place-
because they simply, like, financially can't afford to anymore, or, like,
Yeah.
aren't in a
But,
situation
like,
where they can
especially if
look after
they're,
them.
like, born, or, like, born and, thrown away, sort of thing. Yeah, good luck trying to take that one with you. That one's gonna take you with
I
him.
mean, they wouldn't
Yeah.
ask Devil to look after any dog that he couldn't handle. Like, they wouldn't do that.
Volunteer at an animal shelter. The thing is, you can't just volunteer and then be trusted to do anything and everything. You've got to earn the trust of the shelter and
Also-
the people there, and you've got limits on what you'll be able to do when you start, and as you build that trust.
Yeah,
you'll be
the
able to
first
do
thing you'll be
things, but
doing
then
will
it's
be
also what
cleaning the
position you're
enclosures.
filling.
Yeah.
I think
Enjoy
all
that
I'm
one.
saying is making sure beds and blankets are clean, make sure they have toys, make sure they've got food and water and stuff is clean. I'll just be helping someone else with that. I'll be assisting somebody else that already does that.
Yeah.
And
I know.
as I build trust, I'll progress this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I've got nothing to worry about in terms of struggling to walk a big dog, because I'll tell them what I'm capable of doing and what I can provide and what time I can give, and I'll just give them what I can. And if they accept my help, then I'll just give them whatever help I can. Even if I can't be a dog walker, that's fine. As long as I get to be at the place and help. But the thing is, I might not go to that shelter. There's plenty of other places I could go to. I just have to figure out which one I want to go to, have a chat with them, maybe have a chat with a bunch and figure out which one I can stay at, and then figure out how to get there.
And then take all the dogs. Yeah.
If I can convince him me volunteering is a good idea, and if I can clean my room, because I know he's going to constantly throw my room in my face and use that as a no, you can't have this. Like, even though, like,
Which
I've
is
got a valid
honestly
reason for
not
it being a mess.
too unfair.
I know
Which
it's
is not a
unfair.
bad argument.
I know it's
Just
not a bad
saying.
argument, but when it's constantly thrown in my face and then
Yeah.
there's no help for my mental state in order for me to get better at this. and I'm just nagged at, but there's no consideration for the mental state I'm in, no support, no help. I'm just whinged. It doesn't give me the motivation to get it clean. It just makes my state of mind worse because, like, all I interpret is you're demanding I do this, but not giving a shit about how I feel. That's how I see it. When I'm being nagged to do something, knowing I don't have it in me to get it done. But I think if I actively get out the house and start doing stuff, I can get myself feeling better. And I think once I get things in motion, I should be able to get everything sorted easy peasy. I just gotta manage my stress and shit. But I do think it is a good idea for me to volunteer at places and get out the house.
Yeah, volunteering at places
That's
is
good.
definitely good.
Mm.
Because not only does it obviously help the place, like especially like animals, like if something you care about, like it's helping the animals, but it also gives you something to do, get out of the house, like not like interact with people, like
Yeah, sure, I'll probably have to interact with people at the shelter, but like the time will be split 50-50 between the people I reluctantly have to deal with and then the animals I'll very happily deal with. Like I've got nothing against like interacting with people as long as they're genuinely nice people. I'm more than happy to like handle them, but if they rub me the wrong way, then I'm going to be reluctant about it. Or if I'm in a mood, I'm going to be reluctant about it because I need the cheering up in order to handle it. But I got a feeling whichever shelter I pick, whether it's the farm animal one, hedgehogs, birds, cats, dogs, horses, whichever place I bloody go to, I'm going to enjoy it and I'm going to have fun. And thing is, I've always loved horses and wanted to interact with them, so I'm half tempted to maybe help with that and learn what I can, but I'm going to research into it more first before picking where I want to try and volunteer at. Because I need to make sure I understand more about the place and what it is I'll be doing and how far and whether it's something I want to do. So it is something I'm taking seriously. I'm reading and researching into it, and the idea to do this was literally just because I watched one person on YouTube help dogs at a shelter, and now all of a sudden I'm like, right, I'm doing the same thing now. I'm gonna get off my ass, leave the house, and do the same thing. Just because I watched one person on YouTube.
Alright.
They're a really great channel.
yeah, I think I've seen someone like that on TikTok.
If you just search Rocky
Not the
Kanaka
TikTok.
on YouTube, or if you search Rocky sitting with dogs, you'll find the channel and you'll see the techniques he uses to get these dogs from curled up in a corner to all of a sudden taking treats out of his hands and being ready for meet and greets and getting adoption ready. Like he transforms these dogs just by spending time with them. And watching the videos and watching how many get adopted and hearing their stories, it is amazing. There's this German Shepherd called Dance who had one ear, and it took a while. Lots of people came down to visit him and do meet and greets to try and see if there'd be a good fit for him. Like lots of people from his community just went down there to try and see it. And eventually someone finally flew down from quite a ways away and interacted with the dog, and then that was it. She was like, I'm taking him home. And she adopted him, and now he's in a much happier home. And it does not matter that he only has one ear. Like they love him no matter what. He's in a happy forever home now. But for quite a while, he just mostly wasn't wanted because he only had one ear. As well as whatever else he went through. I can't remember the full story off the top of my head, but there's so many dogs that have gone through so many things, and he helps them. He helps them, and he gets them to feel less scared and less aggressive, he gets them to be happier and gets them adopted. It is fantastic what he does. I like what he does. I love watching his videos. I spent a full day just like binge watching his videos and just watching him
Oh.
help these dogs. 'Cause, like, there's so many different dogs that he's helped, so many puppies. There was one puppy, a really sweet, nice puppy, never did anything wrong. And he sat with it, worked with it, got it comfortable, got it adoption ready and everything. And then someone eventually adopted him. They took him home. And then I think after a few days, they returned him back to the shelter. And the reason they listed that they returned him for was because he was a puppy.
What?
Yeah. They returned him because he was a puppy.
Yeah, Hello.
A puppy
I
is
don't know,
bound
Chief.
to be full of energy, run around a lot, bite things, make a mess of things. It's not going to know right or wrong. It's not going to understand anything. It's not going to know a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Yeah.
newborn puppy. You have to have the patience and the time to work with it, teach it, train it, redirect its energy instead of biting at you. Grab a toy and wave it around, get it, direct it to the toy so that it learns to bite the toy instead. And most people clearly didn't take the time for that, didn't want to, and just gave him back because they got fed up of all the mess he was making and the things he was destroying because he was a puppy.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything wrong because he was being a puppy. There's nothing wrong with him doing those bad things because he needed to be taught the difference of don't do this, do that. Once it's
Yeah.
taught with behaviour and they do something wrong, no, it's wrong, that's when they've done something wrong. But when they're an innocent puppy like that, you can't blame them for being a puppy for instinctively doing the only thing they know how to do.
The thing is, when you adopt a puppy, you don't know how it's going to be around your house. It's the thing as well. A puppy can be the most perfectly trained puppy, but as soon as it's in your house, it's a chaos beast.
And thing is, when they go to a shelter, and I watch how, watching his videos, I could see how the shelter did these meet and greets to see if they're a right fit with people and stuff. They 100% had to have known it was a puppy and its temperament and its energy. They 100% knew all that. They knew for a fact what they were getting into and the potential behaviours and stuff it was going to have. And instead of working on it, raising it and training it, they just gave it back.
I mean, they could have thought it was easier and then found out the hard way, you know? That happens as well.
I've seen that happen many times.
Like,
So
there are people who are like, oh, a puppy, how bad can it be? And then, you know, the house is
there's
torn
also
down,
people
the
I have
kitchen's on
literally
fire.
seen. There was this one person who mentioned getting a dog. We told her, do not get a dog. You cannot handle a dog. Don't get one. If you do get one, get a small breed. That is fine. She got one of the larger breeds. It ended up breaking her bed because of its size and weight. She ended up giving it up because she couldn't look after it.
Why.
We told her, don't get this dog. You cannot look after this dog. And we were right.
When was this?
This was a few years ago.
Did you work for... Wait, did you just tell it as a friend, or...?
Yeah, this was a friend.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was like, because if you think someone can't handle a large dog, and you work for the, what's it called? You work for the... Why am I blanking now? It's because I'm tired.
The rescue?
For the rescue, you can't just deny them, right? Technically.
Yeah, if someone working in the rescue that makes that decision, yeah, but no, this was like us talking, like me and my mum, who is a dog trainer, and was like, you are not capable of looking after this dog, a dog with 2 children, young children, where she barely had enough time, as it was, like, you don't have the time or the ability to also have a dog. If you do really, really want to get a dog, only get a smaller breed, because that'll be easier to handle. She didn't listen.
What breed did she get?
I can't remember, but it was a pretty large one, like...
What does a golden retriever fall under?
Medium.
Golden retrievers aren't they?
No, I'm talking like bigger than a shepherd, kind of large. Golden retriever is absolutely a medium dog. Shepherd is like large, but it was way bigger. It was considerably bigger than a shepherd. It was a large breed.
Is the dog at the head level with me?
Especially with
no, not quite that big, but it was like not that far off. Like yeah, yeah. She ended up getting rid of it because apparently it was aggressive towards the kids, even though it was just a puppy. But because it was big, it was a danger. Yeah, and she also didn't bother training it.
Yeah. Wasn't it supposed to come pre-trained? You know. Then they install the DLC yet. The training DLC.
Like, yeah. There's so many times where I've heard of people like getting a dog that they shouldn't have gotten because they didn't do enough research on the breed or anything about looking after dogs, and ended up having to give it up because they weren't prepared for it.
With like 2 little kids, wouldn't a golden retriever just be amazing because they're so good with kids?
Yeah, so that's something like that would have been a lot better, not what she got.
Well, it's not a small dog, right? Golden retriever, I wouldn't say.
No, but we were basically meaning like like smaller-ish. We were talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were like basically don't get a giant dog.
Yeah, unless it's a fuzzy bear dog, a friendly bear.
I mean, it generally could have ended up being, but because she wasn't equipped to train it, it didn't learn the correct behaviors. But I mean, I did also briefly volunteer at a dog rescue at one point, and there was one dog that I'm pretty sure he was still a puppy, like fully grown, but like still puppy. He was a husky, which told me everything I knew about why he was there. Someone clearly didn't do any research on huskies.
He was
also, huskies need a lot of walking. They are a very active breed. They need to be walked like a good hour or 2 every day.
They are loud and proud. Yep.
Yeah, so that it was like obvious. Like he was such a lovely dog. Like he was one of my favorites in the rescue. If I had my way, we would have adopted him.
Aww.
He was also on a special diet because he was gluten intolerant. Like it made him very unwell, so he had to have special food.
Poor baby.
Yeah, there was a few special dogs there that you could tell that was the reason that they were there. There was one. I mean, I don't know what breed it was, but it was like a very small, little scraggly thing, and it clearly had some kind of neurological problem. It was like perfectly happy, but clearly it made a mess. Its enclosure was constantly absolutely coated in shit. Because it just made that kind of mess. Its food went everywhere. It was not a fun one to clean.
Yeah, it was a very happy eater, I suppose.
Yeah, but like it was clearly happy. As happy as any of the rescue dogs could be.
I'm only happy too if I got to be an absolute gremlin. Imagine being allowed to throw your food at the age of 8, you know? The dream. What?
Yeah, no, there were a lot, there were a lot of dogs that is like, clearly it was like someone couldn't handle for whatever reason and obviously needed a home. There wasn't a huge amount that were like available for adoption, there was a lot of dogs there, though. There was this whole section of the kennels of dogs that could not be adopted.
Yeah.
And I did not interact with any of those dogs because they were too dangerous to interact with.
Yeah.
It was very much a do not stick your hands anywhere near those bars because they will try and bite you.
Nom nom nom. You tasty.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, one of the dogs that was adoptable was a bit violent and had scared people at points. So it was like, there was, like, that one was like, literally, I remember at one point, someone took it out and walked it, or took it out into one of the little paddock areas to give it a run, and then didn't even take its lead or anything off when they put it back because they were too scared to get their hands close to it. They just left it in its enclosure with the lead on and everything.
It could be worse. I guess,
Yeah.
right?
I'm like, yeah, that one clearly wasn't getting adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I dropped a link for the guy's channel in Discord because he's really good at what he does with dogs. And the way he helps them is amazing.
I just wanted to say the worst thing ever. I'm not gonna do it because two dog people here. Nope. Nope. I'm gonna be smart.
Definitely don't.
Don't run my mind.
He said,
Don't make the funny joke in your head.
he said something that really got me to think for a moment because I don't think a lot of people might think or consider this, but if a dog is in a shelter and it's like, and you're told it's aggressive or it might bite, more often than not, it's not actually aggressive, even if it's described as that way or looks that way, because in
I think in this case,
what it
they
actually
are.
is, no, listen, hear me out. In truth, most of the time, what it could actually be is the dog is so scared, it's just manifesting in aggression. It's just a defensive thing. Keep back, don't come near me because it's scared. It's not actually trying to be aggressive on purpose. It's scared and it wants you to back off.
That is true.
I want to hear Cheetah's opinion of this.
So I actually had an aggressive dog when I was younger. He had a bite history, and it was all out of fear. He only ever bit people because he was afraid.
Yeah.
He bit me once because I startled him.
I know that's true, but I have a feeling that the dogs that are not for adoption are probably a bit further than that point, you know?
The ones not for adoption are purely because
for a long time.
they are not necessarily safe for anyone to handle because they are often too fearful, like even of potentially someone who does want to look after them, as they've got that behavior so ingrained in them that people are dangerous and they need to attack. That's why. And some of them can be trained out of it, but sometimes, like, especially if the rescue is underfunded, like, sometimes it's just not an option.
Yeah, if there's not enough people and resources to help the animal, then there's not much you can do for the animal. You can only do what you can with what's available and what it will let you do for it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there aren't violent dogs, because yeah, there can be violent dogs that are violent for the sake of it, but at the same time, you got to stop and think they could also be violent for a completely different reason and not actually violent, they just need help. And watching him and listening to everything he's said and stuff, it really got me to stop and think of, whoa, the shit these dogs go through. I can relate, because I feel just as awful and sad. Like, maybe I can make a difference if I just get out the house and start helping and make a difference. Because the more people that actually do stuff to help, then the better for the animals. Because I don't think, no matter how many great services, or no matter how you could, for example, you could have a service like RSPCA, they could have thousands of people working for them, that still won't be enough for all the animals they need to help. So it doesn't matter how big an organisation is, it doesn't matter how many people are working there, it's still not enough, because there's so many animals that need so much help. And that's just not in your area or in one person's country, that's just everywhere on the planet. There is so many animals that need help.
Yeah.
Sure, what the heck?
Resources for people to help. So if I can do my little bit, then at least I'm doing my little bit.
I think
Yeah,
Shark Dog is
that's
going to be
good.
scared in 3 weeks. Wait, hold on, let me check my phone real quick.
Yeah, it's coming up
Uh,
soon, isn't it?
1, 2, yeah, in 3 exactly 3 weeks. Shark Dog will be an endangered species. What? Excuse me?
Yeah, should we think about wrapping up for today? Because I've literally
Yeah.
just stopped doing anything.
Wait, we've been doing anything for the last 5 hours? Oh. I've just been running in
When I
circles.
start doing stuff, that's when you two get too tired to do anything.
You want a bolter, bolt pistol, and a chainsaw? Bring it. Oh, I have a mouth, and you've ears. Bring it. And I can run.
So can he.
Well, noise canceling headphones. Yeah, and I bring the police. There we go, fair fight. You think noise canceling headphones work against me? Me? You're walking around with a chainsaw. I just have to say there's a ludicrous armed to the teeth. And yeah. At TwitchCon, yeah, exactly. That's the perfect place to. Wait, no, we shouldn't be talking about terrorism right now, I guess. Especially over TwitchCon. Imagine if we jinx it. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. No! We have to counter jinx it somehow. I do not know how. Also, Shark Dog, it's in Rotterdam, not Amsterdam. Not half the city is armed. You think that's true? Also, I'll just grab I'll just grab the Glock I have under my desk, Shark Dog. Hold on. You know, the Glock I casually keep under the desk that I 3D printed. It has no bullets though. I'm sorry. I can't shoot. I'm innocent. Can you believe that? I know you can't. I know Shark Dog will never believe that. Me? Innocent?
Game not letting me sign calls.
The hell happened here? Oh, I see.
Kitchen.
There was
Yeah,
something
that
under
one.
here?
Mm.
How did they even... Huh? Oh. What the... Uh-oh. Okay, this is probably not better. It's just, How did they mess that up? It's alright. Could be worse.
So many pals here. Most
Right,
of
we
them are not
probably
doing things they don't need to.
probably should get out of here before we
Yeah,
get distracted
we've
as
been going
we
for nearly
always
6
do.
hours, so
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost 11. Not that I'm going to bed anytime soon. I'm probably grabbing the wheel again and texting and driving in the middle of a race. Sounds about right. What? That didn't happen. You have no proof. A, a, a wheel, yeah. but it has a really shitty... It's the classic wheel with the shitty thing to attach it to the desk. I think I broke it somehow. It won't go horizontal anymore. So fastening it is annoying. But I can literally 3D print one, probably. Hold on, let me find out how long it takes me to find a 3D printable version. 3D printer support? What do you mean? Let me just 3D print the whole fucking setup. Imagine. Let me 3D print a chair. Well, technically I can. It's not a comfortable chair, but... let's see. Oh, I can already see... Yep. All of it is pretty much the same thing. It's just the dumb screw. What's this? Yeah, I'm gonna replace the broken part. Well, it's not broken yet. But... I do need to replace it. It's... I don't even know how I would replace it. Oh, no, there we go. Fixed it by just pushing it. Anyway, let's end the streams, shall we?
Yeah.
Before we get distracted.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to do the Syndicate Tower next week and wrap up Power World.
Yeah.
And that'll be basically 3 months of playing it.
Uh-huh. And then there's... Well, do we immediately want to play the other game?
I was going to say probably the week after we just play something else, because then it's TwitchCon and we'd be taking a break for a week. So if we play just like a random game in between.
It's TwitchCon, and the week after I'm out to go to my brother's marriage for the weekend.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so then definitely probably a good idea
on
to...
Friday, so I won't be there on Friday.
Yeah, so if we
like 2 weeks, I don't have Friday.
find something else to play the week after, and then we'll start up Contractville when we get back. There aren't any servers for it, so it will just be someone hosting.
Yeah, we'll just find out who hosts easiest.
Oh. Having a good time doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
It's been fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, in that case, it was fun today.
Yeah.
Very fun today.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hiccups. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave you both now.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off as well.
All right. Bye, Gina. Bye, Devil.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. I know I kind of just stopped doing things towards the end because I didn't really have anything else to do, but it was fun. We did a bit of filling out of the map and killing some of the bosses, found the tower so we can head straight there. Next time, yeah, I'll probably level up a couple, trying to like hop on and level up my pals a little bit before next time. Just so they're a bit higher level. I'd ideally like to get the Blossom to level 55, preferably higher, but we'll see. But yeah. And that will be next Friday. In between now and then, maybe a stream on Monday, maybe on Wednesday. We'll see. I obviously didn't do any streams again this week because I was going to stream on Wednesday and then I got distracted doing some video editing. So I just kept doing that and didn't stream. But yeah, so I may stream at some point, otherwise next Friday. But yeah, I am going to just end there. Not bother send you guys over for a raid or anything. But yeah. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. I hope you all had a nice time here today, and I will see you all next time. Bye bye!